give it just a second here. It's up on my end. So, okay. All right. It should be up now. I'm not sure what's up with that, but we should be good to go. So give me just 1 second here, and this is going to be it. So this is the storm right in here. I'm going to go ahead and do this. It's going to be tracking to the northeast. I'm going to clock in about 60 miles per hour. So oil trough over towards Campbell Station, the Diaz area over towards Swifton, Cache, Bono, Jonesboro, Brooklyn, the Walcott area. If you know any one of these areas, I need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Get to that lowest level of your home immediately at this current time here, okay? So, Kim, YouTube should be up.
She said it's up now.
It's up now? Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
So, Dustin, are you echoing again? Are we not sure? Just double checking everything right now here. Okay, so let me double check something real quick. Okay, so it looks like we're good. But if you know any one of these areas that you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to you outside as possible, get to that lowest level of your home immediately. Dustin, I'm getting you set up, by the way. So if you bear me for just a second, I'm gonna get your camera set up correctly on here. So give me 1 second. There we go. All right. So now you're good, and I'm gonna get your nice name tag on here as well. So
I'm anonymous.
You're anonymous. Yeah, there you go. So anybody in here, if you're on this list of cities, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Anyone in the Jonesboro area right now, you're not under the tornado warning itself, but you do need to have that safety plan ready to go. Not excluding anybody else right now in Northeast Arkansas, but we do have a tornado warning down here that we do need to talk about. It's going to be for our Southeast Arkansas folks. And this is one that we have Jamie, our storm chaser. She is on this storm right now. We're going to be getting infill reports coming up here in just a little bit. But right now, anyone in this area here needs to be taking their tornado precautions. That's going to be moving towards the Amara area. That's over Highway 130, Highway 33, and this is eventually going to make its way towards Monroe County and Holly Grove in Monroe. So if you know any one of those areas, they need to be taking their tornado precautions immediately here. John, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so the tornado warning for White County has been canceled, but the tornado warning for Independence, Lawrence, and Jackson continues until, let's see what time. Is it 6:30?
Yes, it started. It's about,
and also, it's moving over there towards the same area. It's radar indicated, but it's moving over there towards Newport. And I know a lot of people are anxious there in Newport, but right now there's nothing on the ground or anything like that. So.
Yeah. So give me just 1 second. We're getting you taken care of, Dustin. There you go. All right. So we've got wall-to-wall team coverage. I got myself, John, Dustin. We've got Jeff Baskin in the studio. We got Elijah. We've got Jamie out on the field. We've got a lot of moving parts right now here, guys. But you know, anyone in these areas that need to be taking their tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this time here. I'm going to put a track for both tornado warnings here because there's a lot of moving parts right now. We also know there's other severe thunderstorm warnings across the state as well. Some of them will be carrying what's called a considerable or a destructive tag for the potential of significant hail and significant damaging winds. Dustin, if you could do me a favor, keep an eye on power outages, and just let me know if you hear what's the number with the power outages and stuff like that. John's going to be in communication, National Weather Service. Elijah, you got me on Jamie. So he's going to be taking care of Jamie, getting her set up for this storm down here. And then obviously we have Jeff and the rest of our team just kind of answering questions and kind of giving me reports and stuff like that here. So we're going to start south. We're going to start with this tornado warning storm, then we're going to work our way north. So this is going to be the storm right in here. The area of rotation right now, as it stands, is on Highway 165, Highway 343 over here. You know anyone in these areas, take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Get to that lowest center part of your home immediately at this time. We're going to go ahead, put a track. I'm going to clock it at about 55 miles per hour. The Amara area, Holly Grove, Morrill, over towards Rondo, and the Mariana area. If you know any one of these areas, make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself, the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this time. What are you guys seeing?
pretty stuff.
Oh, pretty stuff. Okay. All right. So we're looking
We got-
on our sky cam here in Little Rock. Looks like we've got some more storms moving into the metro at this time. What you got for me, Dustin?
We got about 16,000 people without power right now.
Okay. And that number is going to continue to climb as we get more severe thunderstorms across the board. But this is going to be.
Did you
your
get
track.
that tornado warning there in Miller County, down there in southwest Arkansas? That
I
just got
did
issued?
not. We have another tornado warning coming up. That's going to be down here in Miller County here. So now things are going to start to go from 0 to 100 here. We have a tornado warning in Arkansas, Monroe County. You got a tornado warning that's getting ready to move into southwestern Arkansas, and then you have one in northeastern Arkansas here. So, folks, this is what's getting ready to happen here. There's going to be a ton of tornado warnings getting ready to happen in Arkansas. We've seen this story so many times. This is what's going to be on your hands here, okay? If your phone is going off saying tornado warning, it's common sense. You take shelter. You don't wait for us to go over that specific tornado warning. If your phone is blowing up at you for the tornado warning, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. Don't wait for us to talk about it. So we got a storm, Miller County, southwest Arkansas. We got one in southeastern Arkansas. We have a brand new tornado warning, by the way, up here. That's going to go for the Fair Oaks area just south of McCrory and near Cotton Plant now. That tornado warning is going to go until 6:30 as well. So this is what I mean from that 4 to 9 p.m. time frame. Now things are starting to get going across eastern Arkansas at this point here, okay? So multiple supercells across the area. All these supercells will be capable of producing damaging winds, hail, and also the potential of strong tornadoes over here in eastern Arkansas. If your phone is going off right now saying tornado warning, you take shelter immediately. Don't wait for us to go over a certain storm before you take shelter. You go ahead and do it, because most phones for a tornado warning is going to be going off like crazy here. So make sure, if you know anyone that is under a tornado warning right now, that's Jackson, Independence, Northeastern White
They just
County.
issued another tornado warning there.
No,
Arkansas,
no.
Jefferson.
Yeah, Arkansas and Jefferson, down towards Miller County. Folks, our breaking alert system over there is blowing up with alerts right now. So if you know anyone in these areas, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Hey,
that's an extension on the DeWitt storm.
Okay, so that's an extension.
Yeah.
But actually, wait a minute. It looks like what happened was there's
two.
another rotation with a storm behind the DeWitt storm.
Okay.
Just to the east of
Near
Brady.
Gillette.
That is the
Near
new
Gillette.
tornado warning.
Okay.
But
Hey, there's
they
another
almost
tornado
overlap
warning
each
in
other.
south central
Those
Arkansas.
two tornadoes almost overlap each other.
Okay, and we have another tornado warning that's getting ready to move into Magnolia in the Columbia County area here. So, folks, this is a triage point right now. We've got a lot of tornado warnings getting ready to happen. We're not going to be able, as humanly possible, we're not going to be able to go over every single one of these tornado warnings here. So, you know, any one of these areas, make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Get to that lowest center part of your home immediately. Elijah, if you could do me a favor, what is Jamie's position right now?
That's Lincoln County, I guess it's right.
Just north of Ulm, in between the DeWitt storm.
Oh, that's the gradient.
And the golf bluffs.
Okay. All right. Is she live right now?
She is live.
She is
Walk
live?
up and then
Okay.
a
Let me
tornado.
call her real quick. And we're going to talk to her briefly because she's on one of these tornado warning storms right now. So we're going to zoom this out statewide and kind of give you guys an overall view of what's going on. Multiple tornado warnings across the board here. We got one near Jonesboro. We've got one in West Memphis. The Marvel area over here towards southeastern Arkansas. We've got one moving into Columbia County, and then we've got one moving into Miller County here. Anybody that is under a tornado warning right now needs to seek shelter immediately. Do not wait for us to go over it. Seek shelter immediately. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to start southwest Arkansas, then we're going to pivot back to the north and east here, guys. Okay, so right now, this is what we've got. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Let's do this very quickly. We've got a couple of tornado warnings, one for southwestern Miller County. That's going to go until 6:30. My folks along Interstate 49, south of Texarkana, along Highway 237, needs to take their tornado precautions immediately. We got another tornado warning that's in effect. That's going to go for Columbia County. It's going to go until 6:30 this evening. Once again, Emerson, Highway 19, Highway 79. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately as well. Now, we've gotten over those two tornado warnings here. Let's go to southeastern Arkansas, where there is now two tornado warnings here. Gillette, DeWitt, the Amara area, Holly Grove. anyone in these areas, they need to be taking your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this current time here. So Spotter has confirmed
There's another
a
tornado warning.
Spotter has confirmed a tornado in DeWitt. So we're working on getting that information up. John, if you've heard anything in the National Weather Service,
we're just trying to get some confirmation.
Okay.
They
John,
It's near Almira.
It's confirmed. It's confirmed. Yeah,
it's confirmed.
Tornado damage that
Observed.
considerable. So I need to get in contact with Jamie real fast here.
Yeah.
So
Hey, and folks, it's moving 60 miles per hour. Do not try to go up and see this tornado, even though it's still a little bit light outside. Stay indoors.
So while you're getting hold of
and get your
Jamie, you may
lowest
just give them an
level of
update on this.
Yeah, you go ahead. Thank you. If you can.
Yeah. So a tornado warning remains in effect until 6:30 for southeastern Missouri, Monroe County. I'm sorry, east central Jefferson and central Arkansas counties.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a damaging tornado. We have reports that it's been spotted on the ground. Considerable damage. It says that it's observed. And
Not only that, but it's got 1 and
There's
3/4 inch diameter
there's
hail.
another tornado warning here. Hey guys, give me just a second. Jamie, can you hear me? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and go to Jamie real quick. Not taking anything away from northeastern Arkansas right now. I've got that up over there. If I'm gonna show you a dual screen, it's gonna automatically pull that up. It's gonna be that one. So give me just a second.
What do you do on it?
We're about to pull up and then back in.
Hang on. So I've got Jamie here. Jamie, can you
He's gonna
give us
shut
an
that
update
off.
on what you're seeing right now?
So I am looking to the north. I've been keeping an eye on the storm that has been hanging out for a little bit. It just went severe thunderstorm warning, immediately went tornado warning. So
Yeah.
I've got it to the north, and then I've got the tornado warning to the south of me. So I'm in between two cells that one has got one confirmed on the ground to the south of me, and I am looking at a funnel with lowering just to the north of me.
Okay. All right. Once you get in a good position,
We have another warning coming out
We have another warning coming out.
for Poinsett County.
Poinsett County. Okay. So now we're seeing a tornado outbreak starting to take fold across eastern Arkansas and southeastern Arkansas here. So if you could give me just a second here.
You can see
yeah.
my screen.
Yeah.
I can show you the lowering to
Yep, Jamie.
the north of me.
Yep, Jamie, we've got you on the stream here. Let me double check and make sure this is the live version of it. So give me just 1 second. There we go. All right, so that's going to be coming up here in just a little bit, guys. We've got her on this tornado warning storm down here in southeastern Arkansas. So I've got this. What am I? John, can you hand me that wireless mouse? Thank you. So this is going to be. Let me see if I can.
Can you see it?
Make sure. There's just a lot going on right now. There we go. All right, so now I can do this, and
Oh, I see. Okay.
yeah, you see what I'm doing?
Mhm.
So I'm gonna keep an eye on these storms up here. I'm gonna go ahead and let that loop through. So that's the one up here in northeastern Arkansas. I'm gonna let that one loop through because we've got a lot of cells right now. We're watching both the southeastern part of the state. We're also watching the northeastern part of the state as well. This is full wall-to-wall tornado warning coverage here, guys. If you can give me just a second, I'm not sure why both of our names popped up as Derek here. So give me just a second here. I'll get that taken care of here. So
Please do, sir.
yeah, I'll get that taken care of. I saw that and I was like, wait a minute. So if you're watching this right now, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible and get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this point here. Dustin, if you give me just a second here, I'm moving you over. I'm getting you set up in here as well. And
I'm good. I'm
folks,
just checking
we've got
this.
full team coverage across the area. We've got Jeff Baskin here. We've got John. We've got Dustin. We've got Elijah here. We've got Jamie on the ground. Just an all-out event for us here in Arkansas right now here. So give me just 1 second here. We're going to go ahead and get you set up, and we've got you ready to go here, guys. So if you know anyone in these areas that need to take their tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, get to the lowest level of your home immediately. There's now a new tornado warning up there for Harrisburg now that is just south of Jonesboro in this area here. So we have these what's called this dual radar. It's going to show you just kind of a perspective across the state here. So if I get my mouse to work with me here, I'm not sure where my mouse is. Give me just one second here. I'm not sure where my mouse went off.
It's over here.
Okay, it's over there. So where is it now?
No, it's over there.
Okay. All right. If you can
You
guide
mean
it
look
over to that radar and zoom it out. Yeah, there you go. Now hit the right click and you just zoom it out. There you go. There you
Hey,
go. So now
John, can you turn?
Now we have a more perspective of what's going on in eastern Arkansas. That's good right there. So we're tracking the storms that are moving in northeastern Arkansas. All of these supercells, every single one of them are supercells right now. Folks, there's a lot of people that are going to come in the live stream asking for specific cities and counties and trying to go over every single warning. I want to make this crystal clear. There's a lot of tornado warnings on the board right now. Our alert bar is being blown up right now with tornado warnings across the area. If you are under a tornado warning right now, you need to seek shelter immediately. Do not wait for us to go over it. You need to seek shelter now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level.
Hey, Cam, they said they got it
Mile
confirmed
one
in
now is a
Elmira.
PES tornado on the ground. We got Jamie in place. Multiple warnings are now starting to pop up across eastern Arkansas here. All of these are tornado warned. Some of these are starting to produce tornadoes. So now we're starting to get into the heart of this major tornado outbreak right now. We are going to go back. Jamie, can you hear me? Are you there? I'm not sure if she can hear me or not.
Yeah, I'm trying to get our feedback up. I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah, this debris indicated on radar with
Okay.
the storm near Elmira, with the tornado near Elmira.
Okay, so I see it. It's going to be right in here. That's going to be your area of rotation. You have another one there, DeWitt. One of my guys, make sure that Donna, she's one of our moderators, make sure she's taken care of and make sure that she's in shelter immediately here. So my folks in Arkansas County, Monroe County, we have several confirmed tornadoes on the ground right now. Any one of these areas need to be seeking shelter immediately. We also have several tornado warnings up in northeastern Arkansas now. Multiple tornado warnings being popped up across the board. You need to be seeking shelter immediately. We've talked about this all day long, yesterday, the day before. This is something that Jamie, go ahead. What you got? Okay. Elijah, is she still live?
It's loading for me. I don't know for you.
Okay. Hey, Jamie. Hey, your live stream is cutting in and out for some reason. If you can get that back up, I'm not sure what's going on with that. Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. Yep. Just let me know when you're ready. So, in the meantime, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back over to our rotation detection guys, and like I said before, something that we're gonna have to continue to monitor very, very, very closely here.
So
go
So
ahead.
they canceled the tornado warning for Lincoln County, but the tornado warning for Jefferson and Arkansas continues.
Okay, sounds like a plan here.
There's a tornado warning for White, Jackson, and Woodruff.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, that tornado warning that's over there near Harrisburg, dude, that is picking up.
These areas need to be taking their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to yourself and the outside as possible, and get to that lowest level of your home immediately.
You hear me, Cameron?
So I'm just there's a lot of moving parts right now. I'm getting a lot of messages here. So give me just 1 second here, guys. On my team, just if something urgent comes up, just direct it to Heidi. She's going to be taking care of it. I want to make this clear, okay? If you know anyone that is under a tornado warning right now, or yourself is under a tornado warning,
they're saying tornado
if your
warning.
phone is going off right now saying that there's a tornado warning, you seek shelter immediately here, especially my folks down here in southeastern Arkansas. We have a ton of reports, a ton of tornado warnings on the place right
Cameron.
now. What you got?
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead.
we have local law enforcement has spotted a tornado on the ground.
Okay.
This is going to be in the Poinsett County.
Okay.
I'm trying to get confirmation. This looks like going to be near Fisher, maybe.
Okay.
Now I'm getting multiple
Man.
reports of tornado on the ground northeast of Fisher.
Okay.
More additional reports are coming in now for that tornado on the ground near Fisher.
Okay.
Also, it looks like a likely tornado just very close to Penrose, between Hillman and Penrose, south of Fair Oaks. This is, to give you a better idea of where it is, it's between Augusta and Forest City
Yeah.
in northeast Arkansas. But we have a strong rotation detected by radar at this point, and looking to
Hey,
see.
keep an eye on that bald
There is
knob tornado.
possible
That's a lot of pickup on rotation there.
Gotcha. Jamie, are you here? Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, okay. Is our stream back up, Elijah? All right.
Still having trouble. You might try.
Okay. Let me try over here for some reason. Jamie, you may have to refresh your YouTube and come back in and out to have it go back live.
I've got it on my phone. I just don't have it on my computer.
Okay. Oh, you got her stream up on your phone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, hang on. Let me see if it's
Stand by. I'm trying to pull it back out. Hang on.
We have
Okay.
a considerable threat for Arkansas and Monroe County.
Okay.
Considerable hail.
All right. So we're not only dealing with that here, guys. Like I said, there's a lot of moving parts right now. We got a lot of tornado warnings in place. I'm gonna count how many tornado warnings we've got. So 1, 2, 3.
Cameron, hey, you look
signature,
just southeast
that
of
is just
Waldenburg.
south of,
That's got to be on the
Penrose.
ground.
That is just southwest of Wynn. So any one of these areas, guys, if you're under a tornado warning right now, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to yourself and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this point here. Do not wait for us to go over your specific warning or storm. Take your tornado precautions now here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 now. Tornado warnings. Now we have a confirmed tornado now just south of Jonesboro near the Harrisburg area in Poinsett County.
Yeah, so this is
go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, so this is going to be west of Fisher, be crossing Highway 14 east of Harrisburg.
Mm-hmm.
So those that are in the, it's going to be east of Waldenburg, west of Harrisburg. Those that are in Harrisburg need to be seeking shelter at this time.
Yeah.
This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. It's been spotted by, we have several reports of it being on the ground.
Okay. And I was going to say there's some iDrive cameras that we could use as well here, guys. So
That's got a good size. That's still got a good
So,
CC drop on that too.
Let me see here. So yeah, Dustin, I'm sorry. Are you? If you were trying to talk, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. So
No, I said that has a good correlation coefficient drop on it. If you have a debris ball that looks like that is getting tighter going towards Harrisburg.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to start from north to south here, guys. There's a lot of moving parts going on. Jamie's back up. YouTube's back up here. So we're going to go to Jamie for just a little bit here. I'm going to go ahead and stand by. Okay. Okay. Are you? Just let me know. Are you ready or?
One thing real quick, Cameron.
Yeah.
very
Go ahead,
important.
Jeff.
Seeing a debris ball on radar southwest of Harrisburg, heading towards Harrisburg in northeastern Arkansas and Poinsett County. So Harrisburg and Harrisburg area in Poinsett County, northeast Arkansas, you have a confirmed tornado heading your way. I believe it's been observed and it is confirmed on radar as well.
Okay. All right. So, folks, like I said before, you're hearing this loud and clear. If you are anywhere in eastern, northeastern Arkansas here, matter of fact, boy, oh boy, not only that, hey, take a look at the one southwest of Fair Oaks. There's now another debris ball that's being detected now.
We have a tornado warning in Greene County.
In Greene County? Okay, so now, yeah, what's going on, Jamie? What's up? Yep. Okay. Okay. All right. So we're gonna go to Jamie for just a little bit here. Jamie, I'm gonna get your stream coming back up here in just a second. So just stand by. I think you are live. So give me just a little bit. Yep, I see your live stream. If you guys give me just 1 second, you should be coming up here in just a little bit. Once we get her stream up and going, then we can go from there. But she is in Perry County right now. I've got your stream up, Jamie. If you want to talk to our folks about what you're seeing right now.
Yeah.
So I am looking at the storm that is just east of me that is coming into Holly Grove. I'm looking at what you call the tail of the storm, looking for some kind of rotation. Definitely see some lowering, not on the ground, but starting to rain a little bit. Have one to the north of me again, got another one to the south. Just sitting here waiting. Like I said, right now everything's good. There's nothing on the ground, so everybody's safe right now, but still definitely getting your safe spots.
Okay. All right. If you could do me a favor, I know your stream's gonna be cutting in and out. Prioritize photos and videos. If you get something, send it into our chat, and Elijah will take care of you guys. Okay. So.
Of course.
Yeah. So we're gonna go over to back to the radar real quickly, guys. We're gonna talk to you guys about what's going on. The one in Harrisburg is getting close to Truman. Dustin, if it gets close to you, you bounce. You go ahead and go. Matter of fact, if you need to go right now, you go ahead and bounce, brother. I know your safety comes first along everybody else on the team. So I know that's a warning for you. You go ahead if you need to, you feel the need to go. We got you covered here. So I want to kind of recollect ourselves here, guys. This is what we call a tornado outbreak ongoing right now in eastern and southeastern Arkansas, including southwestern Arkansas. Multiple tornado warnings ongoing right now here across the area. What we're going to do is we're going to take this off. We're just a little bit going to take the radar off for just a second so we can kind of get a focus on the actual warnings here. Multiple flash flood warnings across western Arkansas. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. We have a tornado warning down here in southwestern, northeastern Texas, northwestern Louisiana. We have a ton of tornado warnings ongoing right now across eastern and northeastern Arkansas. If you know anyone,
They just came out with a tornado watch as well.
Precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Get to that lowest level of your home immediately. John, if you could do me a big favor, I know you're super busy right now, or Jeff, one of y'all, can y'all zoom out that graphic, this one right here, to the statewide. So that way folks that are tuning in kind of see what's going on across the state. Just zoom in just a little bit more.
A high-level update here.
Yep, go ahead.
Areas that most in danger right now in southeast Arkansas, Casco and Holly Grove, there is a confirmed tornado. Does appear that there is debris showing up on the radar, and this is a storm that has a tornado has been observed as well. So an observed tornado near Casco in southeast Arkansas heading towards Holly Grove. In northeast Arkansas, we have a radar confirmed tornado moving towards the Harrisburg area, and then also a very dangerous storm now moving into Clay County close to Corning. So those areas, I know we have a lot going on, and the danger isn't limited to those areas, but those are the areas in the most immediate danger right now.
Yep. So what we're going to do, let's start north near Jonesboro in the Harrisburg area, and then we're going to work our way south here because we have multiple tornado warnings, and 2 of them are confirmed across the board here. So let's go ahead and talk to you guys about that. We now have a new tornado warning that's going to go for Lafayette and Miller County down there in southwestern Arkansas as well here, guys. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's start here. This is going to be just south of the Jonesboro area. Let's go over to your rotation detection real quickly here. If you know anyone in these areas, they need to be taking their tornado precautions. I mean, if you're in Harrisburg, Truman, Bay, Lake City, the Caraway area, Riverville, south of Jonesboro, you need to be taking your tornado precautions now. This is just to the east of Waldenburg. What's going on?
I thought I heard sound too.
Oh, same. Okay. Fire truck. Okay. All right. Cool. Because I was about to say, I was like, if we got a tornado warning here, I think we're good. But so anyone in the Truman area, Bay, Riverville, the Caraway area, over towards Lake City, they need to be taking their tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible here. We're going to put a track for every single one of these areas of rotations right now. Okay. So I'm gonna clock it at 50. Truman, it's coming at you right now. Dustin, it's 6:35 coming into Truman. I'm just going to let you know right now here. If you need to go, we got you covered here. Okay, so
He's saying there's another one south.
There's another. Like, what you got for me, Dustin? What's up? Okay.
And seek shelter, guys. I will be back as soon as possible.
Okay. All right. Sounds like a plan. We got you, brother. So Dustin's gonna go. Dustin's gonna go ahead and seek shelter here. Your cameras. I'm gonna go ahead. I got your camera, and I'll get you set up and ready to go. So give me just 1 second here, and I've got you covered here. Okay. So that's gonna be it right here. Hang on. There we go. All right. So Dustin's gonna go seek shelter. That's what I want you guys to do. He's got time. If you're those that are in the area, you need to be taking your tornado precautions now. 635 Truman, 636 Bay, 646 Riverville. Over towards Black Oak is 650. Leachville 659. Over towards the Dale area at 711. That is for this tornado that is on the ground moving towards this area. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Further to the south, we have another area of rotation that is just to the west of Wynn, southwest of Cherryville, south of Hickory Ridge. Anyone in this area needs to be taking their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Get to that lowest level of your home immediately at this point. That's going to go for the Vandale area and also Cherry Valley here. Cherry Valley is coming at you at 6:48 this evening. This is going to stay west and northwest of wind. But if you are in wind, you need to be seeking shelter now. And I know folks are going to be in the comments asking for us to go over county roads and all that. We cannot physically do that right now with multiple tornado warnings on the board across eastern and northeast Arkansas. This is a full-blown tornado outbreak ongoing right now for our folks in eastern and northeastern Arkansas at this point. Let's further to the south. This is the storm near Brinkley. We're going to go ahead and put a track on this storm. It's going right through here. I'm going to put it to the north at about 34 miles per hour. Hunter, 6:45. And Fair Oaks coming at you at 7:09 this evening. So if you know anyone in these areas that need to take their tornado precautions now, get away from windows, put as many walls to yourself and the outside as possible here, okay? Further to the south from there, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground near Holly Grove. This storm is moving to the north and east here. Monroe, DeMoro, over towards Interstate 40, south of Brinkley. You know anyone in these areas, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately here. There's a track. I'm going to put a track. I'm going to put it at about 40 miles per hour. Monroe, 639. Morrow, 650. Goodwin, 7. Palestine, 708. And 710 for the Haynes area. John, I know you're super busy right now. If you could take over for just a little bit. I've got a friend that lives in this area, and I'm going to make sure that she gets to shelter immediately here. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the tornado warning for northwestern St. Francis County is canceled, but the tornado warning for the Poinsett County is still ongoing. This is going to be going into the Truman area here pretty soon. Looks like it's Bay, Lake City, this area. Jeff, do you see anything at all going on with that storm that's going to be in Poinsett County that shows any? We had debris earlier with that on radar. Did we see anything still going on with that storm?
Let's see. The storms that are the strongest right now, the one coming into Corning looks very strong, although it looks like more of a strong wind threat than a tornado threat directly, but some damaging winds associated with that. As far as the storm that has moved towards the Harrisburg area, that rotation is weakened quite a bit. I don't see a specific rotation with it at this point.
Okay.
It looks like that's weakened quite a bit. That's not to say that the storm couldn't cycle back up again. So not out of the woods in Poinsett County, but it looks like the strongest part of the storm is now just to the north of Harrisburg near Greenfield, and that is heading towards the Truman area. So those of you in Truman, be prepared to take your tornado precautions. No immediate threat as of this minute, but be prepared to take your tornado precautions. Also, as far as the storm just to the west of Wynn, it looks like that storm, the rotation is still there. The radar signature has become a little bit less distinct, but still a dangerous storm as it heads just to the north side of Wynn around Vandale and south of Cherry Valley in Cross County. As far as the storms a little bit farther west, those storms, the storm near Augusta, looks like it's being overtaken by the main line. Some of the inflows being cut out or cut off from it.
Actually,
not as much of a specific rotation associated with that, and that same situation with the storm near Tuckerman, not seeing as much of a rotation associated with that storm, as it looks like it's starting to merge with that main squall line that is moving on in. So the main threat, the main tornado threat, is going to continue with these individual supercells that have developed along that main line. And right now there are still several of them. There's the storm that is near DeWitt, the storm that's near Holly Grove, near Clarendon, also the storm near Cotton Plant that is heading towards the Hunter and Hillman area. Those are the main storms that we're concerned about. Also the storm that is just to the it looks like in Cross County, that we already went over that one. That one is heading on the north side of Wynn and over towards Vandale. Still a tornado threat associated with that. So multiple cells with tornado threats at this time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Cameron, I just want to. So we're still getting law enforcement of a tornado on the ground crossing Highway 1 at Greenfield. This is going to be north of Harrisburg. It's going to be coming into the central community here pretty soon. It's going to be there on the ridge Crowley's Ridge.
That storm, on the velocity, last frame, much better organized. It looks like that rotation has really strengthened.
The one northwest of Wynn.
No, this is gonna be North Harrisburg.
Harrisburg. Okay, because the one near Wynn has gotten a lot stronger too.
Yeah,
so
the Greenfield storm is heading towards Truman. So those of you in Truman should be taking your tornado precautions and looking at the latest scan that just came in, even stronger. Now a very, very well-defined, couple it on radar, and starting to see possibly the signs of some debris showing up on radar as well.
And
but that just goes to show you how fast these things can change.
Absolutely.
Where just because the storm rotation weakens temporarily, that doesn't mean that you let your guard down. Because in this environment, these storms can rapidly cycle back up again, and that rotation in the low levels can rapidly strengthen.
Yeah. So there's a one near Truman here. I've also gotten some very terrible news, guys. There has now been reports of injuries in Namara from a potential tornado hit down there. So unfortunately, we are starting to hear that coming in. So a very, very devastating situation ongoing right now, guys. If you are under a tornado warning, your life is in your own hands at this point. You've got to seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest level of your home immediately here. We got a couple near Augusta. That one I'm keeping an eye on. We've got one in Cross County, just northwest of Wynn. Near Harrisburg that's moving towards the Truman area. We're also keeping an eye on these cells down here near Hunter. That is coming into Woodruff County. Got a couple near Clarendon. I know, Jamie, you are still. I'm sure she's still on the phone with me. You are still watching that storm. She had a lowering earlier with that storm. It has now moved to the north and east here, and now this is moving very quickly into far northeastern Arkansas here. So, Jamie, what I'm going to have you do, because you're not going to make it to the ones up there in northeastern Arkansas, I'm going to let you hang tight down there in southeastern Arkansas, because there could be additional cells that develop later on that may pose another significant tornado threat for my folks in Pine Bluff, Monticello, El Dorado, Camden, the Hamburg area. We're going to keep an eye on southeastern Arkansas. But right now, a full-blown tornado outbreak ongoing right now in eastern and northeastern Arkansas. If you know anyone in these areas, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Get to that lowest center part of your home immediately at this current time here. John, go ahead. What you got?
No, so I'm trying to pull up the weather cam for the Firetex camera that's in Truman.
Yeah.
To see if we can get a bird's eye view of that.
Yeah,
storm.
that would be
So
awesome if you can.
Just give me just a moment, I'll get that started here.
Okay. That sounds like a plan here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take off that other radar here, because we have a lot going on right now, and I feel like people need to know where to go when there's a tornado warning. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to, if you give me just 1 second, I'm gonna get a graphic up for you guys here, and let me do this. It's gonna be it's somewhere in here. Give me just 1 second, guys. So it's gonna be that radar. May go down for a second. Oh, it's right there. Okay. All right. So give me just a second here. If you know any one of these areas, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, many walls, and you and the outside as possible here. I'm gonna go ahead and shrink this, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this up right over here, so folks that are coming into the live stream know what to do when there's a tornado warning here. Okay, so this is gonna kind of go back and forth between this and the statewide radar right now. If you are under a tornado warning right now, I need you to follow these guidelines right in here. This is where to go if there's a tornado warning for your area here. If you are in a mobile home, if you are traveling right now, find a gas station, grocery store, restaurant, find a sturdy shelter and get there immediately. This is a significant situation ongoing right now in northeastern Arkansas. So we're going to go ahead, go back over to our radar real quick, what you would normally see on your weather apps and stuff like that. Serious situation ongoing up here in northeastern Arkansas right now. Truman is now under a tornado warning that is confirmed via law enforcement. This is a situation where a tornado is on the ground. Take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. If you are outside in a mobile home or in a vehicle, you need to find close substantial shelter. Protect yourself from flying debris here, guys. Okay, so a tornado has been confirmed via law enforcement in southeastern Craighead, eastern Poinsett County. That is going to be 8 miles north of Harrisburg, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour here. Very serious, deadly situation up here in northeastern Arkansas right now. Multiple supercells ongoing near Cherry Valley, the Vandale area near Wynn. Right now, this is radar indicated, but we're not going to worry about it being radar indicated. We're going to go ahead and get to our safe spots here. You guys see that graphic on the right side of the screen. I want you guys to follow along with that here. If you are in a mobile home, it is time to find a sturdy shelter. You have time. You've got to get there immediately at this point. What I'm going to do here is, because it's hard to kind of put a track on every single one of these cells here, all of these cells are moving at roughly, I'd say 40 miles per hour. So what we're going to do is this. I'm going to kind of do like a quick arc real quick of these supercells. And we're going to do this, and I'm going to track it. And this is a cool thing that we could do here, apparently. I just found this out today. I could track it to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. So that's going to go for every single one of these supercells right now. Helena, West Helena's coming at you, 632. Jonesboro, same thing with these supercells moving in. The Marion area, the Brooklyn area, West Memphis, over towards Leachville, over towards Osceola, Blytheville, folks up here in northeastern Arkansas. I'm repeating, if you are under a tornado warning right now, you need to seek shelter immediately. Do not wait to confirm the tornado. Let law enforcement take care of that. Let storm spotters take care of that. Your life is in your own hands. You need to seek shelter immediately here. John, I know the National Service is slammed right now. What do you have to report?
Yeah, so we're just continuing to monitor this tornado that's been notable on the ground near Greenfield coming into the Truman Bay vicinity. We have multiple people. I got cameras up that's got the bird's eye view of the storm. We've got multiple people on the ground. Bo Hickey with firstregional.com is actually in the area as well. So we're just trying to monitor that because that seems to be the one that we have going on. Let's see, I haven't got any updates on the Clay County. I haven't heard anything about that in a while. But yeah, the National Weather Service is pretty slammed at the moment. Getting lots of reports of some damage in certain areas. So, just make sure that we taking our precautions. We got rotations on 67 and 230 in Lawrence County.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of stuff going on right now in a lot of areas.
Yeah.
Looks like the tornado warning for Prairie County has been canceled.
Okay.
So that's a good thing down there. We're going to continue the tornado warning for Monroe and Woodruff County as well. So that's the latest updates I've got here.
Okay. And also, not to take anything away from my folks down in southwest Arkansas, we do have a tornado warning for Miller and Lafayette counties down here. We're going to briefly touch on southwestern Arkansas.
A new tornado warning.
Go ahead.
So we have a new tornado warning coming out for Lonoke County.
For Lonoke County now. Okay, so Kim, if you are listening to me this right now, you go ahead, seek shelter. Taylor or Heidi, you guys rotate that role. Kim, you go ahead and get to shelter immediately here. There's tornado warning coming from Lonoke County.
This will be for eastern Lonoke County.
Eastern Lonoke County. Elijah, you know what to do with Jamie. I don't know how close she is to that storm.
Yeah, she's good right now.
She's good right now? Okay, cool. All right, so we're going to keep an eye on this, but right now we got a tornado warning coming from Lonoke County here. We're going to go ahead and zoom down on this real quickly here, and this is going to be it. Let's take a look at the rotation real quickly, and it's going to be on this eastern side. It's along Highway 31. Anyone in this area need to be taking their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest level of your home immediately. To repeat, we have a tornado warning coming for Lonoke County at this current time here, per the National Weather Service here. So anyone that is along Highway 31 or 13 right now needs to seek shelter immediately here. We're going to zoom this out. Right now I'm having to kind of bounce between Memphis's radar and Little Rock's radar here. We are very busy right now, guys, so please in the comments, hold your specific county and city questions, guys. I don't know how you guys don't see it, but we are very slammed across eastern northeastern Arkansas here. So hold your city and county questions here. If you are under a tornado warning, you need to be seeking shelter immediately at this current time here, okay? So Let's go ahead take a look at the ones up here in northeastern Arkansas. Like I said before, we still have that one going through Truman. We got one going through Marktree. We got one near Wynn. We've got one near Brinkley. We've got one near Clarendon. Jamie is on that storm near Clarendon. She's going to hang tight there, see what that storm does, and we're going to go from there. But multiple areas of rotation across this area here. So, folks, very dangerous, deadly situation over here in eastern, northeastern Arkansas right now. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Jeff or John, if one of y'all got something important, go ahead.
Well, new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued that includes the Sheridan area as well as Redfield, and there's some strong winds associated with this storm possible. Again, it's moving towards the Sheridan area. It includes Redfield, Jefferson, Whitehall, and Pine Bluff. This warning actually extends well into Lono County as well, and into Jefferson County, including the Altheimer area. This is mainly for the potential for some strong wind gusts up to about 70 miles per hour, as well as the possibility of some small hail. This is associated with the main line of storms, so the tornado threat is lower. I'm not going to say none, but the tornado threat is lower associated with this storm. Also, we have some strong storms moving through the Lone Oak area, some strong gusty winds possible associated with that. Also, some rains, some very heavy rains that's moving over the same area, and that's going to mean the flash flood threat is also going to increase. And it looks like we have new flash flood warnings that have been issued.
Yeah, for the metro.
The metro area as well as the Searcy area. And I think those flood warnings are going to be extended as well. As far as eastern Arkansas, because we're concerned about what's going on with these rotating storms that we've seen, we have several storms that we're looking at. The rotation near the Truman area, it's passing between Truman and Bay.
They're reporting that on the ground right now.
A very, very strong rotation on radar. Again, this is a confirmed tornado. It's been witnessed, and it's also radar confirmed as well. Very strong tornado vortex signature associated with this. It's about to move over some more rural areas as it passes over Bay, but it's crossing over US 63 right now. So if you're along US 63 near the Bay Area, you should be taking shelter and stay in the shelter at least for a few more minutes until this storm passes by. It's about to head over some rural areas, but afterwards, if it holds together, it's going to impact areas such as Lake City and Black Oak, west or east of the Jonesboro area in Craighead County. So those of you in eastern Craighead County should be watching this storm very closely. This is the strongest storm that we have on the map. It is the most dangerous storm. We have multiple tornado warnings associated. Oh, there's the tornado warning they were talking about just a little while ago for the storm just to the northeast of Lone Oak.
Yeah.
And it looks like that storm, the rotation with it doesn't look quite as menacing at this point, but we're going to watch it very closely as it moves towards the Desark area. So those of you in Desark, be prepared to take your tornado precautions associated with this storm as well. So those are the two that we're watching. As far as southeast Arkansas, the storm that has moved through DeWitt, still exhibiting signs of rotation as it moves towards Holly Grove. So those of you in the Holly Grove area, I know you've been through a couple of warnings already, but this is another cell. This is a new cell that is moving towards you. So those of you in the Holly Grove area also should be taking your tornado precautions at this time.
Yep. So we've gotten a lot of inboxes in on the page. Heidi, thank y'all so much. Kim, Taylor, and Abby, I know y'all are working in a rotation right now. We have a tornado on the ground in DeWitt. Heidi is going to go ahead and get that taken care of. Yes, we do have a tornado on the ground up here in northeastern Arkansas as well. We're kind of, look, I'm going to be straightforward with you guys. We cannot look at every single storm at once, guys. It is physically impossible. If you are under a tornado warning right now, you need to be seeking shelter. Don't wait for us to go over it. National Weather Service is stressed. We are stressed right now trying to go over every single one of these tornado warnings here. It is a situation that if you are under a tornado warning right now, seek shelter. Don't wait for us to go over here. We have a statewide radar on the right. We're going to be breaking down storms on the left side of things. But right now, if you are under a tornado warning right now, do not wait for us to go over it. You seek shelter immediately. I want to make that crystal clear. If your phone is going off, common sense should be you getting into shelter immediately here, guys. We will go over every single one of you, but I don't know if you guys see this on the map. There are a ton of tornado warnings across eastern Arkansas right now here. So right now, if you are under a tornado warning, your phone's going off, you are within a proximity of the polygon of that tornado warning. Seek shelter now. I cannot stress that enough at this point. Go ahead, John, what you got?
Yeah, so just want to give an update on the storm near Poinsett and Craighead County. We have numerous reports of the tornado on the ground near Bay.
Yeah,
so
it's
this
going
is
to be
my
right
home,
here.
This is my hometown, so those folks are in the Bay area. It should be coming past Bay into the Lunsford area. It's going to be coming to Lake City.
Lake City
will be the next
one in line. Yeah.
Yeah. So looks like it's probably going to come up Highway 158, north of 158, to the west of Lake City.
That's gonna be it. Yeah, sorry. That's gonna be coming up. I got you on the track here. 1 second. So that's gonna be it right here. That's gonna be your area of rotation here. I'm gonna pull it right at 40 miles per hour here. So the Bowman area, Lake City is gonna be 642 the next couple of minutes. The Black Oak area, Leachville, and the Gosnell area. This is almost reminiscent to that December 10th tornado that you guys dealt with up there in northeastern Arkansas. But folks, like I said before, we are stressed to the max right now here with multiple tornado warnings in place. You know anyone in these areas, take your tornado precautions immediately here. I want to make this clear as well. We are not Central Arkansas weather watchers. We're not. We cover the entire state of Arkansas here. We got a state map on the right side, and then we have the tornado warning coverage on the left here, okay? So tornado outbreak event ongoing in eastern and northeastern Arkansas right now, along with the flooding to the west here. I understand this is a scary situation for Arkansas right now here. We are doing as much as we physically can to try to keep up with the comments, try to keep up with the questions and everything like that. But you have to take your own life in your own hands, folks. If there's a warning, you see social media. What you got for
we
me?
have it on RDOT camera.
We have an RDOT camera?
The National Weather Service is saying we have considerable catastrophic tornado. Let's see, what is it saying here?
Oh, wow, man.
Let's see if I can pull up RDOT to see it, but we have a catastrophic tornado is what they're calling it.
Okay. Give me just 1 second.
Tornado emergency for Lakes City.
Yeah, tornado emergency. I just saw it. Yeah, so that's gonna be up here, folks. Tornado emergency now for Lake City here. So anyone in these areas need to take their tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to that lowest center part of your home immediately here. Tornado emergency now in place. This is a life-threatening situation. You are in a very, 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 very deadly situation. I see it on our breaking alert system back there. It is now catastrophic for Craighead, Mississippi, and Poinsett counties up here. Folks, take your tornado precautions now here. Blytheville, take your tornado precautions now. If you are in Lake City, Black Oak, Leachville, get to safety immediately. This is a tornado emergency for our folks in northeastern Arkansas. Take your tornado precautions now. Get away from it. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. If you are traveling right now, this thing has a debris ball, has a donut hole on radar.
There's a lot. There's a very clear debris ball. And looking at the rotational intensity of this, I mean,
wow.
I hate to make estimates of how strong what a rating may be for a tornado, but this is a potential EF3 plus tornado.
Yeah. Wow, guys. And Jeff, if you want to kind of explain just a brief explanation, if I can talk, of how the CC product works, the debris detection works.
So what it does is it detects objects of different size. So when that radar beam is reflected, it's reflected differently depending on the size of the objects. And if it's noticing that all these reflections are slightly different because of the size of the object, it shows that there's a lot of different things mixed in. And one thing that can cause a bunch of different size objects to be reflected by the radar is debris. So when you see, especially a rain-wrapped tornado, all the raindrops are about the same size, but then the debris is totally different sizes. So that's what causes that,
There it is.
that debris
Yeah.
to show up on radar. And,
Who is
and
this?
we have this,
Oh, wow.
yeah, we have storm chasers that are looking at this. They're showing it. It is crossing
Highway
over.
18. It's already crossed Highway 18.
Highway 18.
We have power flashes.
Oh my God.
So
Oh my God. That is devastating here. I'm gonna
Lake
Yeah,
City.
just cross
Oh,
over.
this guy in this car needs to go.
hang on. Let me see. Is there
Oh.
is there an RDOT camera?
And it's
It-
about
no,
to
not in
cross
there.
over Highway 135.
Oh wow. There's not one. Oh. Oh, it just.
So this is that church that got hit last couple of years ago. This is the same area.
Yeah. Oh, you're not. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to see it. Not from the RDOT cameras here. Not on
You
here.
can see like
Yeah, I see it. I see it on here. We can't publicize that, but
yeah. So this is
yeah.
going to be the highway that goes to Paragould.
Yeah.
So if you're on, is that 135, 119, Highway 119 going to
That's gonna be
Paragould?
southbound. I'm
No,
trying
no,
to-
no. That is 135 at Leicester.
Yeah.
So if you're in the
Yeah,
Leicester
this is
community, on Highway 135, that's where this is at.
It's crossing over, near Refuge Church.
Refuge Church is the one that
and
got
Delta Farms.
and Delta Farm.
Those are the
This
areas
guy,
that are
the guy's getting
hit
blown
by
up.
the tornado.
No, there he goes.
Oh wow.
This is the,
Oh my God, that's devastating. That is so devastating, guys. This is on the ground. This is 100% on the ground here, doing damage, doing destruction. I'm going to go ahead. This is a product that we use. This is from Farmers Insurance. The tornado debris tracker here. I'm going to get that pulled up coming up here in just a second, folks. This is 100% on the ground, guys. Very devastating situation. Not taking anything away from what's going on right now elsewhere across the state, but this is a very devastating situation ongoing in eastern and northeastern Arkansas right now. If you are in Lake City, you need to be seeking shelter now.
So this
you are putting your life at risk if you don't. You go ahead.
yeah,
Go
so
ahead,
this
John.
is a fast-moving storm. It's already crossed Highway 135. This
Yeah.
is going to be coming into the Monette area. If you're in the Monette area,
Yeah.
south of Leicester, you need to take shelter immediately. You know, this area has been hit before.
Yeah.
In the Monette, Leachville.
Yeah,
we need to make
December
sure
10th,
we take
yeah.
our safe precautions now. Get into the lowest lying area of the
Yeah.
house. Get into your shelter place at this time. If you don't have anything, get into your bathtubs. We need to be covering yourself, covering your head as best as you can.
Yeah, I guess this is the most devastating thing I've seen in such a long time here. Jeff, you can look at this product too. So pretty much what this does is it wipes out everything else except for just the tornado debris on radar here. And you guys are seeing it as clear as day. It is maxed out 100%. It is on the ground. It is north of Lake City
What's
here.
it mean?
Monette,
20
unfortunately, this is going right from
20,000
Monette.
feet.
You
What
need
does
to be
that
taking your tornado precautions now, folks. If you are there, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately here. Jamie, give me 1 second. I've got you pulled up. Hang on 1 second, guys. There's a lot of moving parts right now. Jamie, what do you have? What's up? Okay. Okay. We'll have to pull it up here in just a little bit. We have a tornado on the ground that's doing devastating damage up there in northeastern Arkansas. So I'll have to, I'm gonna have to get back with you in just a little bit. But just stay live because if that thing touches down there, get photos and videos at this current time here. So what you got, Jeff? What?
Looking at that debris, I was looking at how high up it's detectable, up to almost 25,000 feet. That's how high debris is getting launched up in the air. 25,000 feet.
That is devastating. That is absolutely devastating, man. And for those that are wondering about that, that is debris literally being lofted up into the atmosphere, going up 25,000 feet into the air. That is devastating, guys. I pray. At this point, I pray that lives are not being lost. This is a very devastating situation for our folks up here and just to the north of Lake City. Leachville, I'm begging you, get to your safe spot now. Get to your shelter immediately. If you are driving right now on Highway 139 in northeastern Arkansas, stop what you're doing. Find shelter now. Your life is in jeopardy. If you are in this area, this is a confirmed large, destructive, deadly tornado up here. The bottom line is you are going to have to get to shelter now. Do not try to see this tornado. Don't try to outrun it. It is moving at 50 to 60 miles per hour. Take your tornado precautions now.
If you know
you're in
anybody
Monette, yeah.
in the Monette area,
Monette.
you need to let them know that they need to be taking shelter right this minute.
Yeah.
Because this is, if you're not taking shelter, this is likely not a survivable tornado the way that it is right now.
Wow, absolutely crazy, guys. So, Elijah, you're going to be our post-storm guy that's going to be going in. We're unfortunately going to be sending you up to northeastern Arkansas in the next couple of days. I pray we don't have a loss of life with this, guys. But like Jeff just said, if you do not seek shelter, this is likely going to be an unsurvivable tornado for our folks in the Monette area here. So go ahead.
Yeah, so we just want to make sure that those that are watching this stream right now, we want to emphasize that if you know anybody in Monette, Leachville, and Manila, they need to take shelter immediately. This is going to be crossing into Missouri shortly. This is a very rapid moving storm. We have confirmed video feed right now where we're watching the tornado on the ground. It'll be crossing into Monette immediately. So like if you're in the Monette area, this is going to be devastation and catastrophic damage. This will be coming into the Leachville area here shortly. If you know anybody in Leachville, Manila, and even into Hornersville, Missouri, these folks need to be taking shelter immediately.
Man, that is just absolutely just heartbreaking seeing that on air right now. Just to the north of Lake City, right now we've got a track of Leachville, the Gosnell area, Blytheville, and also Monette. Oh my God. This is going right. Once again, we dealt with this December 10th. Unfortunately, this is going to be happening once again. Monette and Leachville. This is a very devastating situation, guys. And you're seeing this, like I said, quick shout out to Patrick, Farmers Insurance, for giving us this product. Unfortunately, it's being put to the test right now. Folks, this is tornado debris. Very likely 100% headed right for Monette and the Leachville area, folks. I'm begging you, take your safe spots now. I do not want anyone attempting to try to go out and see this tornado. You are putting your life and everybody else's life I'll be honest with you, this is a life and death situation. This is an unsurvivable tornado if you do not seek shelter, guys, okay? This is going to go for the Monette area, the Leachville area. John, if you could do me a favor, let's go ahead. I know emergency management up there is already on standby. Be prepared for potential search and rescue up there in northeastern Arkansas and for the Monette and the Leachville area here, guys. Very, very heartbreaking situation up here in northeastern Arkansas right now here. So, folks, if you are in the Monette area, if you're in Leachville and you hear the sound of my voice, you hear the sound of our voices, please seek shelter here. Your life is on the line. Seek shelter now if you are in the Monette area. We are not ignoring anybody else in the state right now. I cross our hearts. Everybody else, if you are under a tornado warning right now, I need you to do the exact same thing. You need to get to shelter immediately. But right now, this is the beast. This is the powerhouse up here in northeastern Arkansas. John, what do you got for me? I know you're busy right now, but
there's people. So I've got a couple of feeds going on, and they're I can't really comprehend what they're saying, but this tornado is still on the ground. This is the one that we've been talking about. That's going to be long tracked. We've talked about this numerous times. That something's going to happen, and it's going to be a long track. Yep. This is still on the ground. It's been on the ground for a long time. Those people in Leachville, Monette, need to take shelter immediately. Folks, if you're watching this feed and you know anybody in Leachville, the Leachville area, you need to be calling them, letting them know that they need to take shelter.
Please don't. And I know, we live in a society now that everybody prioritizes themselves over others. This is a situation that we've got to come together as a community, guys. This is a situation where Monette and Leachville is fixing to take a direct hit from a catastrophic tornado. Help your neighbors, guys. This is a situation that I've got a very bad feeling that this is fixing to be a mass casualty situation up here if folks don't seek shelter. Monette, Leachville, up here, if you are listening to the sound of my voice here, if you're listening to any kind of weather coverage right now and you hear Monette or you hear the Leachville area, please seek shelter now. I cannot stress that enough. Your life is on the line here. You're seeing the debris detection, and it's just, I mean, this doesn't get as clear as day here. And I'll kind of zoom down and kind of put this into perspective here. I mean, there's Monette, there's the community Monette. I know it's not showing up on this radar, but it's showing up on the other. And then there's the tornado right there. It's right there on Highway 18 right now. It's fixing to cross over, going into Highway. That would be Highway 139 up here, folks. This is catastrophic, absolutely catastrophic here. And I think Monette just took a hit. I think Monette just took a hit from a devastating, an absolutely devastating tornado. Newest scans now showing debris over the community of Monette.
So we're watching live feeds of this tornado on the ground currently coming through that area. It's heartbreaking. It's devastating. But we don't need to forget about anybody else in the state. That's what we're here for. So we want to watch the Winona area. This is going to be in the Poinsett County area.
It is an absolute mess up here right now.
So this is going to be coming through the Painway, coming through Marktree. So if you live in the Marktree area, you need to be. Actually, it's going to probably go north of Marktree. It looks like.
Yeah.
So if you're north of Marktree, oh my gosh, this damage is.
Yeah. I know the one.
You see the damage here for the tornado. This is Monette.
Hang on. Oh my God.
Took a direct hit.
It just took the direct hit.
Yeah. So folks, if you're watching this, stay out of the Monette area.
Please.
You don't need to go to Monette. The roads are actually blocked. You're not going to be able to get.
Power lines are down across the road.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to get through through the roads. So you're not even. You might as well just stay home because it's not safe for you to be outside. That area does not need sightseers.
No, please, absolutely not. Please leave that into the hands of emergency management right now, folks. That will, unfortunately, this is a situation. I'm going to call on all my storm chasers that are in this area. This should stop your storm chase right now. They just took a hit up here in northeastern Arkansas. This should stop your storm chase. Please help those folks up there that just took a hit with search and rescue and everything like that. I'm calling for every single storm chaser that is up there right now chasing, and you know who you are up there chasing. Help those folks right now. This is a very serious situation up here in northeastern Arkansas, the Monette area, the Leachville area. You need to be seeking shelter immediately here. And like I said, not taking anything away from anybody else across the state. We've had a tornado report via law enforcement east of Fisher. Right now, I'm just looking around on my product here. The only one that stands out that is absolutely just devastating and deadly is the one up there near the Monette and the Leachville area right now here. But that doesn't mean that we don't have other storms across the state, like you mentioned before, that are currently producing ongoing tornadoes here near the Colt area, near Wynn, Cherry Valley, over towards the Truman area. But like I said, my heart just breaks for the one up here in northeastern Arkansas, folks. This is a very, very serious situation up here. I pray those folks were able to hear us and they were able to seek shelter immediately. What you got for me, John?
Yeah, so this tornado is past Monette now. It's moving rapidly. This is going to be coming through north of Highway 18.
Yeah.
This is going to be coming into the Leachville area at this time. We still have a video feed that we're watching where it's still on the ground. This is going to be, those that knows the area, this is going to be crossing the Buffalo River, the Buffalo Ditch area, coming into the Leachville area. Leachville took a direct path when that was in 2021. That this was devastating where they've had deaths before.
Yeah.
So this is nothing new for you folks. You need to be taking your safe precautions now.
Yeah, and I don't mean to interrupt anything that's ongoing up there in northeast Arkansas right now. But we thank you Heidi and Kim for and Erica for letting me know about what's going on. There is now a confirmed tornado down in southwestern Arkansas now. This is my call to action for those that are in Brady, Taylor, Aaron. I know you're hearing me. I don't know if you're in the call or not. Go ahead and seek shelter. If y'all can get in contact with Aaron, not seeing him on here, but one of y'all get in contact with Aaron, tell him to seek shelter now. We have a confirmed tornado down here in southwestern Arkansas near Stamps, Waldo, Magnolia, along Highway 82. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. put as many walls between yourself, the outside as possible, and get to that lowest level of your home immediately here. I'm going to keep that one up there in northeastern Arkansas going. If you bear me for just a little bit, Elijah, if Jamie needs to call me, have her blow my phone up if she needs to. No, excuse me. Sorry, if she needs to call me, have her blow my phone up here. So I'm gonna keep that storm going up there in northeastern Arkansas. I'm gonna let that keep going, but we're gonna talk about the one down here in southwest Arkansas that is now confirmed via law enforcement here, guys. Emergency management has confirmed a tornado here. A tornado is on the ground, moved to a basement into interior room immediately here. This is gonna go for the Mount Vernon area. This is gonna go for folks down here near Lurch, near Spirit Lake, the Canville area, Stamps, the Buckner area. Down here in southwest Arkansas, that's going to go for Miller and Lafayette, Nevada, and western Columbia County. Folks, this is on the ground, doing damage. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself, the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this current time here. So that's Highway 29. That's Highway 50. That's Highway 160. Excuse me. That's Interstate 49. That's Highway 53. Highway 313 up here as well, and then Highway 360. This area right in here. If you know anyone in these areas, they need to be taking their tornado precautions now. John, what are you seeing on your side over there? Go ahead.
We're just watching some video feeds of Monette.
Yeah.
We're kind of getting bad service right now. I would assume from the video feed that they're probably trying to get some organization going on.
Yeah.
But now we're coming into some of the, that may be construction stuff going on, but I don't. Yeah, so we're seeing damage in the area. It looks like there's some power poles that are broken. So just a lot of stuff going on right now. Leachville, I wish I can know what's going on in Leachville. I had some eyes in that area, but I don't.
That's a sad, devastating situation ongoing up there in northeast Arkansas. Not only in northeastern and eastern Arkansas, but also a very sad situation ongoing in southwest Arkansas right now with a tornado on the ground just to the west of Bradley, just to the east of Interstate 49 right now, folks. I'm begging y'all. I am absolutely begging y'all. I just looked at the numbers on YouTube. It's 2,700. I'm begging y'all two things. Number one, if you're under a tornado warning, seek shelter, okay? All of these tornadoes are, like we said before, was going to be a devastating situation for us here in Arkansas. Another thing is, if you guys can do us a big favor, hit that share button, please, on Facebook, on YouTube. I don't care if you have to do it 1 billion times. Share this live stream, guys. The more we hit that share button, the more people are going to tune in, and we can save lives across the state. This is our worst fear. We told you guys last couple of days that this was going to be a high-impact event. We said this morning that this was going to be a high-impact tornado outbreak, and unfortunately, this is what we've got right now here. So, folks, please hit that share button. Get as many people in this live stream as physically possible. If you know somebody with a Roku or Fire TV device, recommend them to download our Arkansas Weather Watchers channel. I'm just begging y'all at this point here. This is a very deadly situation here. I just heard back from Dustin. Okay, so Dustin, you're good to go. Give me 1 second.
That's at Leachville.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so while you're pulling that up,
go ahead.
So while you're pulling that up, we're still watching some video feeds coming on Facebook, social media, through some other sources that we have here.
Mm-hmm.
Monette's got a lot of damage in the area. The National Weather Service did remove the emergency tag for Mississippi County.
Yeah.
But we are still seeing debris aloft into this at a significant high altitude. So those folks that are in Leachville, northern part of the city, up. What is this going to be? Highway 77.
Yeah, 77.
Coming up to the state line.
Mm-hmm.
Those are people that are in Missouri, Arbor, and Hornersville. You're up next for this. This has been a devastating tornado that's been on the ground for quite some time.
Oh man. And like I said before, we're not ignoring anybody in the state right now. I want to promise y'all that. But this is a situation where you have a full-blown tornado outbreak ongoing in eastern, northeastern Arkansas. We're also monitoring southwest Arkansas right now. We have a tornado on the ground down here. My call to action, this is my stomping grounds down here in southern Arkansas. Magnolia, anybody that's on 82, I'm begging you, get to shelter now. Do not wait till this tornado gets confirmed or anything like that. It's already confirmed via emergency management. Don't wait to see it. Don't let what's going on up there in northeastern Arkansas be the same situation down here in southwest Arkansas either. Get to shelter immediately.
We have another
guys.
tornado on the ground.
Go ahead.
Near,
What you got?
near Truman.
We're Truman.
And
okay.
I'm trying to get we have the fire ticks camera up in that area.
Okay.
And I'm trying to, the service is terrible.
Okay.
But but that is a confirmed tornado on the ground south of Truman. So those are in Truman. Take your shelter now. This is not something to be playing around with.
Okay. So the one that Jamie is on, Elijah, I know I just saw you're in the Discord. The one that Jamie's on is now radar confirmed as well. That's going to be for this one right over here in Lee County and St. Francis County here. So we're like I said, monitoring a lot of situations right now here, guys. It's kind of a statewide view.
Who's your moderator in Lone Oak?
That's me, Kim.
Okay, so we got another tornado warning coming for Lone Oak.
Okay. Is it going to be radar indicated or is it confirmed? Or they're just okay. All right. So we're going to
radar indicated.
Radar indicated. Okay. We're gonna roll with it. Kim, if you're listening to this right now, seek shelter immediately here, guys. Okay. So give me just a second here. I'm having to kind of bounce between Jamie, you guys in here. So forgive me, my team, if I can't hear you. What did you guys have? I'm not sure. Who was it? Was it Heidi or Kim? Yeah, I can hear you, Kim. Yeah, Kim, what you have? The other reserve tornado up there, northeast Arkansas. So the radar up there is just lit up like a Christmas tree right now in northeastern Arkansas. Full-blown tornado outbreak ongoing up here right now. Also the tornadoes down here in southwestern Arkansas. So folks, I'm begging you, take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Get to that lowest level of your home immediately at this point here. What are you seeing over there?
I'm having bad reception. Go ahead,
You're
Jeff.
trying to get that Truman camera up.
Okay, what's going
All
on?
right, so we have a couple of areas of concern.
Hey, it just popped
right
up.
now. All right.
It just popped up, John. It just popped up. So go ahead, Jeff. What you got?
A couple areas of immediate concern in northeast Arkansas. One, of course, is the one that is moving out of Arkansas. That was the one that just moved north of the Leachville area. And it looks like that storm has weakened a little bit too, but it's still a very dangerous storm as it moves into the Missouri boot heel. But there's also a couple other areas that we're watching. Of course, the storm that is near Truman. There has been indications that rotation is trying to tighten back up again, so we're watching that very closely as that moves towards Riverdale and Caraway. As far as a little bit farther south and east, we also have a fairly strong rotation that is just past the Morrow area, just west of Mariana and southwest of Forest City. So those of you around the Forest City area should be prepared to take your tornado precautions. This storm may be becoming better organized, and it is moving towards the Forest City area. Also, we have a storm that has just moved through Wynn. There has been at times a fairly significant rotation just reported on the south side of Wynn. So that is an area that needs to be watched as well, although again that storm is not exhibiting an immediate tornado threat, but again it could quickly that could quickly change. So if you're in that tornado warning area, you need to be paying close attention and be ready to take those tornado precautions. Looking back to the newest tornado warning that we have, that is the one that's for the storm in southern Lonoke County, south of Carlisle. That is a radar indicated tornado warning. The rotation with it looks marginal at this point in the lower levels. It needs to be watched closely, but again, right now it looks like, again, this is radar indicated, not confirmed. So if you're in the Hazen area, watch this closely. If you're in Hazen, don't panic, but be prepared to take your tornado precautions.
Definitely. So, like I said, for us, there's a lot of things going on right now here. So, let me see here. Okay, so hang on 1 second. The tornado sirens are going off up there in Truman. Hang on, give me 1 second. Hang on 1 second, guys. I'm having a text going on. I'm tapping to text Dustin. I'm making sure Jamie's going, and I'm also making sure the team is still going as well. What you got?
Dustin needs to take shelter.
Yeah, I already told him. I told him it's on the ground. Hang on 1 second. Okay. All right. So he's in shelter. He's good to go. Let me see here. Okay. So making sure that he is good to go. Also, Kim, I know you are in shelter right now. Like I said, folks, this is a full-blown tornado outbreak ongoing right now across Arkansas. If y'all could do me a big favor, get this live stream out. This is very crucial information ongoing right now here across the state of Arkansas. Our poor breaking alert system back there is just absolutely just blown up right now here, especially with the warnings across eastern northeast Arkansas. If you want to go ahead.
So we've been busy for the last couple of minutes, and everything's going on. We know there's a lot of warnings are out there. 1 minute ago, there was a considerable tag on the Lee County, Arkansas warning that's going into St. Francis.
Okay.
So those folks in that area needs to be taking shelter at this time.
Yeah, and I don't want to take anything away from Southwest Arkansas either, but there's a confirmed tornado down here as well. We're going to go ahead and put a track. Go ahead. What you got?
So the National Weather Service in Memphis is telling people in Caraway, Arkansas, this is going to be in Craighead County, to take shelter immediately. This is going to be Caraway. This is a considerable catastrophic tornado that's in the. I'm not even sure where it's at right now, but they're telling people in Caraway, Arkansas, and Craighead County to take shelter.
Okay. All right.
I'm trying to get some more information on that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Nope. You're good. You're perfectly fine. I know we're all stretched in right now with all these tornado warnings in northeast Arkansas with the ongoing tornado outbreak. Like I said, I'm not taking anything away from our folks down here in southwest Arkansas. You guys are under a tornado warning down here. This thing is on the ground. Has been confirmed on the ground here. So Stamps, Taylor, Waldo, Magnolia, McNeil, the Caldwell area, Stevens, the Chillister area, and over towards Camden. Anybody in these areas, this is my stomping grounds down here. You need to be taking your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to that lowest level of your home immediately at this current time. I am, like I said, I'm running all over the place right now here, trying to make sure that you guys are knowing what's going on. I've got a lot of personal friends and family members that are watching this stream right now. I need to make sure that they are okay as well. So give me just 1 second here, and I'm gonna get this taken care of here. So it's gonna be this, okay, and I've got that, and that's been sent. Okay, so that one's been taken care of. What you got?
Yeah, so I said this a while ago, and I know we got a lot of things going on right now, but the National Weather Service is telling people to stay out of the damage area. They're already getting people in there to survey themselves, and they don't need to be in the area.
Folks,
it's very dangerous.
Come on now, folks. This is a situation. I want you guys to look at this right now in northeastern Arkansas. It is an absolute mess. Unless you are an emergency management, or you are someone that is CPR certified that works for emergency management, you have absolutely no business being in this area, okay? I understand there's a lot of people that are trying to sightsee right now. They're trying to see the tornado. They're trying to get on TikTok and all this and that. Folks, this is a deadly situation up here in northeastern Arkansas. You're going to have some common sense here. Do not go into the damaged path. I understand that a lot of family and friends may have been directly impacted by this. You're going to have to allow first responders to get in there, because the more you go in there, the worse it's going to be for the first responders here, guys. So please do not get in the way of those first responders here. This is a deadly situation up here in northeastern Arkansas. Let emergency management take this over. Do not try to block them from getting in this area. They are urging, the National Weather Service is urging. John, if you want to repeat that message you just said to our folks here.
Yeah, so the National Weather Service is getting people that are already in the way, that people need to stay out of the areas where there's damage.
Yeah.
Do not survey the area. There's more storms on the way. There's power poles down that could be dangerous. Just don't go out unless you are in a disaster response team, or if you're somebody that's on the ambulance service or first responder with the fire departments, law enforcement. Other than that, those folks don't need to be out. You need to stay at home. It's not a good sign going on. We have even house fires. We have a house fire struck by lightning. So it's not just tornado. It's lightning and hail and wind. So there's a lot going on. People need to take shelter.
Yeah. So
We have another tornado warning coming for Cross County.
Yeah, Jamie's storm is now PDS. That's going to be the one that I'm not sure which one. She's on. She's towards Mariana.
Forest City.
City. Okay. All right. Give me a second. Yep, Jamie, I hear you loud and clear. What you got? Okay. All right. I need to hang on. 1 second here. So what I'm doing right now, folks, is what I want you guys to do here. I'm having to kind of break to let my family and friends know. I got a lot of people that I care about that in this area. I'm letting them know what's going on right now in this point here. So make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. Do what I just did. Text them, call them, do whatever you got to do to blow their phones up. This is a urgent situation here. We now have a tornado on the ground doing considerable damage near Forest City, the Haynes area, and Hughes here. So this is going to be along Interstate 40. Jamie, where exactly are you right now? I don't know if she can hear me.
She is approximately 6 miles southwest of
Morrow. So she's coming in on the So she's gonna be able to see it on the horizon if this thing's on the ground. So she's coming in. Matter of fact, Jamie, can you hear me? I don't know if she can hear me or not. I said, can you hear me? Okay, is her stream up?
I'm having trouble getting it up.
Okay.
She just restarted it.
Okay. Let me. Did you say her stream was up?
I'm having trouble getting it up.
You're having trouble getting it up. Okay.
Yeah, I'm having issues too in the area. So
Okay. All right.
The National Weather Service in Memphis is issuing several tornado warnings that are overlapping. So there are going to be overlapping tornado warnings.
Yeah.
We have another report of a tornado crossing Highway 1 bypass just south of Forest City. That's the one that
gonna
we
be
was talking
near
about
Haynes,
earlier.
Yeah.
So
Okay, Jamie, here's what we're gonna do. Don't worry about the live stream. Just focus on getting the photos and videos if at all possible. And just keep me in communication. You stay safe out there, and you just let me know what you see. Because this is a situation that I don't think we're gonna be able to get our feeds up, especially with all the activity that's going on right now here. So just keep me updated. You stay safe. Yeah, you stay safe, and you let me know what's going on. Okay, sounds like a plan. All right, and she's gonna send stuff in. So when it gets in, I'll send it to you, and you can send it to the National Weather Service as well here. Okay, so
Crockett, you know where Crockett Gibson County line?
What? No,
At Crockett, east of Friendship.
East of Friendship.
Yeah,
That
so that's
sounds
Crockett
familiar.
County. So that's going to be funnel cloud observed.
Cameron?
Yes. What's that?
RDOT camera on that Forest City storm.
Yeah.
Widener 247. They've got a pretty good view of the shot of that base.
Okay. All right. So you may have to come over here for a second and kind of walk me through where. Oh, you okay?
I'm good.
All right. You got to walk me through where this.
It's going to be where you at.
Okay. So this is Little Rock. There's Forest City. Forest City's gonna be right over here. So that's gonna be.
It's going to be further south.
It's gonna be further south. That's gonna be Forest City's right here. So.
Widener
Right there. Okay. All right. Oh yeah. Yep. There it is. Right there. There's the base of that storm here. So we're gonna have that pulled up.
Is that on I-40?
Yeah, that's on I-40.
Yeah.
Yep. That is 100% on I-40. So there's the base of that storm here. I have to keep an eye on it here. So folks, make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls from you and the outside as possible.
That's the one that, yeah.
So it's probably a little difficult to see from 40.
Yeah.
Because you're trying to look through it.
Yep. I'm hearing terrible news coming out of the Monette area right now, guys. Just absolute, catastrophic damage up there. Like I said before, John, I don't know if you've heard anything, but folks, I'm
Yeah, we're getting. I mean, there's numerous reports coming in. The National Weather Service is trying to deal with all the warnings and trying to take the reports. They're short staffed. It's just everybody's being overwhelmed, and so.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of reports that are coming out from all over the state of Arkansas and eastern Arkansas.
Goodness alive, guys. Goodness alive. This is. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is why this page was born. Right here. This is why Arkansas Weather Watchers was born, to help get people to safety, to stay ahead of the storm and everything like that here. I've been doing this the last 10 years. Jeff, I know you've probably seen situations a little bit worse than what we've got right now here, but this is just a very sad and devastating situation for our folks in in northeastern Arkansas right now. If you have anything you need to kind of add on to anything that's going on right now.
It's always tough to watch something like this happen because you kind of have an idea of how things are going to unfold, where you know that there's been a direct hit. You're hearing those early signs of damage. You know that you're probably not getting the full story, and chances are when you do get that story, it's going to be a lot worse than what you're initially hearing. So it's a sad situation. This is why these high-risk situations have to be taken so seriously, because every once in a while we hear, oh, it's a high risk, it's probably going to bust. And sometimes high-risk situations don't pan out, but when they do, the results are usually devastating.
Yeah.
And that's why we take them so seriously. It's pretty rare to have a high-risk event in Arkansas when you think about it. And even anywhere in Arkansas. It might happen once, possibly twice in a year. You can go several years without it happening. And out of those, several aren't going to pan out.
Yep.
But some are. And this is one of those situations that has. Everything was coming together. We saw it coming together. We knew that the bullseye area really looked like eastern and northeast Arkansas.
Yep.
And that's what happens. We've seen a couple of likely very powerful tornadoes, and unfortunately one of those tornadoes made a direct hit on a community.
Yeah.
It's nice to watch these big tornadoes when they're out over an open field doing absolutely no damage to anybody. They're amazing to look at, but when they move into a populated area, then it's a different situation, and it's a very sad situation. Unfortunately, that's what we're looking at with a town that took the brunt of a powerful tornado.
Yeah.
Prairie County's just got issued.
Do what?
Prairie County.
Prairie County. Okay. That's going to be, I do believe, let me see, that's going to be Poinsett. Perry County's going to be down here. So that's going to be down here along Interstate 40 here. So that's going to be these storms here. That one near St. Francis. I know Jamie is close to that one. Elijah, I'm going to put you in charge of making sure that she stays safe. I know she's been doing it for so many years, but this is a high-risk situation, and I want everybody to stay safe here, guys. But, it's a very devastating situation here. I'm hearing unconfirmed reports, by the way, that the nursing home has taken a hit once again up there in the Monette area. Just a very sad and heartbreaking situation right now in these areas. And also, I don't want to take anything away from South Arkansas. I want to make this clear to everybody that's listening to me right now. We cover the entire state of Arkansas. There's a very devastating situation up here in eastern northeastern Arkansas. There is a tornado that has been on the ground down there in South Arkansas, and we're going to watch it very closely here. John, if you could do me a favor on 2 over there, can you zoom out just a touch, like just a touch, so that way you may have to click on it and then just kind of pan out with direct. There you go. All right. So what we're gonna do here, because there's so much going on in Arkansas right now, the left side of the screen is going to pick off every single one of these cells that are tornado warned right now. The right side of the screen is going to give you the statewide views for everybody across all 75 counties to see what's going on. This is a very devastating, it could potentially have been a deadly tornado up here in northeastern Arkansas. Several of them have been confirmed. We have one down there in southwestern Arkansas at this current time. It's just a very catastrophic situation for our folks in eastern northeastern Arkansas. I will say this, my folks in central Arkansas, I know anxiety is through the roof right now in Little Rock and Conway and Hot Springs, those areas. I know things are stormy right now, but this is probably the best case scenario for central Arkansas, with things being just how they are. Everybody to the west and to the northwest, you are in all clear except for the flooding potential. Jeff, I'm getting very concerned about the flooding potential with this, because you're seeing training supercells over and over and over and over again. If you want to kind of talk about tomorrow's setup just a little bit on how this is going to eventually evolve before you do that, you go ahead.
Yeah,
What you
so
got?
I just want to clarify.
Yes, sir.
So we've confirmed that the nursing home is fine in Monette.
Okay.
It's going to
cool.
be the apartment complex that's adjacent to
Adjacent to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just
all
want to
right.
make sure that
Okay. All right. That's
people's
fine.
got family
But,
there,
yeah.
and I just want to make sure we got that. So go ahead, Jeff. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So, well, let's go back to what were we discussing right beforehand.
Okay,
Sorry.
so it was. Oh, you're good.
Yes.
So basically, it was. I was asking about the flooding threat and kind of how this is going to evolve for tomorrow's threat.
Yeah, the flooding threat. So this front is actually going to stall overnight into tomorrow, and another round of rain is going to develop, and that's going to enhance the flood situation, especially across parts of central and south central Arkansas. Now tonight, in northeast Arkansas, we've already seen some of these heavy storms come in and dump high amounts of rainfall, and now we have this main line. But as far as tonight goes, that main line of storms looks like it's at least somewhat progressive for northeast Arkansas. So that's going to limit the flash flood threat somewhat. It's not going to go on for hours upon hours upon hours. This is something that's going to move through. But just tonight, with just this one round of rain, we could be looking at areas of 3 to 5 inches of rain. And if it was just one round of 3 to 5 inches, okay, that's a lot, but not too bad. But then you add more rain on top of that tomorrow, and then you add another round of rain Friday, another round of rain Saturday, and every time you have this round of heavy rain, another round of heavy rain comes through. It makes it more likely that that flash flood problem is going to be more severe. So you can take 3 to 5 inches of rain once if things are pretty dry for the most part. But then if it happens 3 days in a row, by that third day, everything is saturated, the rivers and streams are high, there's nowhere for that rain to go. So each time you get a round of rain, even if it's the same amount of rain, the impacts are going to be worse.
Yeah. So, and I like so before, I know you had said the line of storms is just kind of progressive right now. Is that going to potential wherever it stalls? Is there a potential that this boundary could lift back to the north tomorrow, or do you think it's going to be rain cooled enough to kind of suppress the front?
Tomorrow we probably won't be looking at a whole lot of northward return movement.
Okay.
However, north of the front, there's likely to be widespread rain and some thunderstorms. We'll have some elevated instability, which means we'll likely have thunderstorms, but the severe threat's going to be greatly limited, especially compared to today. Severe threat may be a little bit higher south. Tomorrow is not a tornado outbreak sort of day, but there still could be a couple of isolated strong storms with hail being the primary threat, possibly some strong wind gusts across parts of South Arkansas. But that front likely won't really start coming back north during the day tomorrow. It'll probably start coming back northward tomorrow night into Saturday morning.
Gotcha.
Or into Friday morning, I should say. And then we'll likely get our next round of rain coming on in Friday night into Saturday.
Gotcha. So,
in which case, that's when we could see another round of very heavy rain across parts of northern and northeast Arkansas. But even tomorrow, well north of the front, there may be some localized pockets of some fairly heavy rain.
okay. So you guys heard of that's just kind of a rundown of what to expect for the next 24. I would say the next 24 to. I'd say 72 hours from now, guys, it's going to be the situation over the next couple of days is going to be absolutely just active for us here in Arkansas. Now, like I said before, we've got 1 billion tornado warnings ongoing right now across eastern Arkansas here. Anybody in Mississippi County right now, Mississippi, Poinsett, Cross, Crittenden County, over towards St. Francis, down towards Lee County, if you are in these areas, and you are under a tornado warning right now, you need to seek shelter immediately. Same thing applies for our folks down there in Southwest Arkansas. What you got?
Yeah, so Craighead County, Jonesboro E911 is telling people that Lake City and Monette are completely shut down. There's literally a house in the middle of the road. Power poles are crossing the highways. There is no way to get in or out of Monette, and the Lake City area. So E911, Jonesboro says Lake City and Monette are completely shut down at this time. Multiple power lines down. Houses, electric poles across the road. Avoid the area.
That is heartbreaking. That is absolutely heartbreaking, guys.
Looks like they're going to continue. They're going to expire the tornado warning for Cross County.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, they canceled that warning for Cross County tornado warning, but they're going to continue the tornado warning for Craighead, Poinsett, and Mississippi County.
Okay. And like we mentioned before, folks, it's just a situation where you can see it up here with our rotation strength right now here. All this strong rotation, guys. All of this is just radar confirmed tornado warnings here. So what we're going to do real quickly here is we're going to go over to our radar real fast, and I'm not taking the priority away from the severe thunderstorm warnings here, but there's 20 tornado warnings right now in place. 22 severe thunderstorm warnings. They're all overlapping each other. So what we're going to do here is we're going to kind of take off the ones that are, obviously the tornado warnings right now here, and you can see they're just all overlapping each other. And I'm going to take off the radar for just a moment so you guys can kind of see where all these tornado warnings are right now across the area here. So we've got a confirmed tornado down here in southwest Arkansas. We're still keeping an eye on it. John, if you've heard anything, I know you're trying to figure out everything up there in northeast Arkansas right now. But southwest Arkansas, there's one down there in Shreveport that is on the ground here doing destruction down here as well in Lafayette and Columbia County. I'm going to take the track off here so you guys kind of see what's going on. These are the active warnings right now across the area here. Multiple tornado warnings across northeastern Arkansas. And then we've got folks down here in southwest Arkansas with the tornado on the ground moving into Columbia County and into Washita County at this current time here. You know, anyone in these areas, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and get to that lowest level of your home immediately at this point. Okay, so all of these tornado warnings up here in northeastern Arkansas, it's just lighting up like a Christmas tree up here. What I'm going to do here, once we got a lot of coverage up there, I'm going to go ahead and talk to you guys about the one down here in southwest Arkansas, because this one I feel like is being ignored right now. We do not want to ignore our folks down here in southwestern Arkansas. This is a tornado warning for Magnolia, Waldo, Stevens, over towards the Camden area here. We're going to go over to our rotation detection real quick, and this is what we've got. I want to make this clear. Any rude comments in the chat will result in a block, guys. Okay, we're not ignoring anybody. No one's taking priority over the other. You have an outbreak, a tornado outbreak going on across the state of Arkansas. Have some compassion and help your fellow neighbor here, especially my folks in eastern, northeastern Arkansas, anybody that's been impacted by severe weather across the state here. So down here in southwest Arkansas, we're going to keep an eye on this. We got an area of rotation just south of Stamps. I'm gonna look into what we call our tornado debris tracker here.
Hey,
go ahead.
Where
What
you
you
at?
got? This is in southwest Arkansas.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't see a TDS.
Okay. What you got? What's up?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
I didn't know which storm you was on. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm keeping an eye on this storm. This one down here is now has a mesocyclone that is just to the southwest of Magnolia near McKinney, or just to the west of the east northeast of Canfield, or north of Taylor. One of my guys, I don't know, I haven't kept up with anything. Is Aaron okay? If you're hearing this, I hope you're doing good. I know you are just to the south of this ongoing tornado warning at this current point. This is what we call the potential of tornado debris signature. Right now, fortunately, I haven't seen anything that indicates that this thing is doing damage and stuff like that. Keep in mind, this is Shreveport's radar. But we're going to keep an eye on here. But right now, I haven't seen anything that warrants that. The rotation is pretty broad here, but anyone that is in the Waldo area, McNeil, Magnolia, over towards Stevens, over towards Camden, this is eventually going to move towards the Camden area. You need to be taking your tornado precautions now. I'm going to go ahead and put a track on this storm. It is going to be moving to the northeast. I'm going to clock it at 60 miles per hour here. So that's going to be your storm right over here. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately here. John, what else?
Yeah, so we're just trying to find out what's going on with the storm near Forest City. There's been a lot of questions to try to figure out. Right now, it's starting to get the sun's going down, obviously, and it's getting dark with the rains. So we're trying to figure out what's really going on. We're really needing to get some insight. So that's what's going on in chat right now, trying to figure out, try to get some eyes on that storm to confirm and see what's going on. But I'm just not sure that it's very well organized. But we're trying to get some confirmation on the storm in Forest City.
Okay.
I will go ahead and give an update in Lake City area that a house has took a direct hit, and they're actually the family's trapped in the house. So hopefully they were able to get to the center of their house. Hopefully they took the necessary precautions to protect themselves. So the local emergency responders are there. And they also have a report of a semi truck that's overturned, and they're trying to get to that gentleman. It's just the first responders are having troubles getting to the areas that are needed,
Right, because
of the power lines and the debris and stuff.
And then,
So
on top of all that, unfortunately, for those folks up in Northeast Arkansas, if we don't get this line of storms through here pretty quick, you're going to have flooding to that situation. It's just going to make search and rescue progress even worse for our folks up there in Northeast Arkansas and the emergency management here, guys. So this is just a call to action, to stay out of the way of emergency management.
yeah, and so something else I want to mention is there's several times where they cancel tornado warnings. That's because there's certain polygons in certain areas. So when they cancel a tornado warning for a certain polygon, and there's still a tornado warning in your county,
Correct. Yeah.
This is something because there are multiple storms. There's multiple things going on. I think I heard the word merge. A lot of cells are merging together. So we just need to make sure that just because a canceled tornado warning has been given doesn't mean that a tornado warning for your area is gone.
Yeah.
These are overlapping tornado warnings.
Yep.
Yeah, you have multiple tornado warnings that can encompass a county. So one tornado warning can be canceled or expired, but the other one can still be in effect. So you got to be careful there when you see that. I know that can get confusing when you have a lot of warnings that are close to each other.
Yeah.
That's the case that we have right now. So what happens is once you have so many polygons on the board, you really just have to follow the individual storms and not graphically watch where all the polygons are, because that'll kind of drive you crazy trying to figure out where that is. So that's one of the things that we try to do is show you, well, where are the storms? Don't worry about the actual polygon so much when there's polygons all over the place, but what's the track of the dangerous part of the storm? Where is it heading and when? And that's what's to pay attention to.
Yep. Exactly, guys. So that's going to be the track down here for this storm down here in southwest Arkansas here.
They're watching that.
You're watching that one very closely? Okay. So
It's getting organized.
Okay, it's getting more organized. That's going to be a problem for our folks. Eventually this may be an issue for our folks in Camden, Fordyce, Hampton, Highway 167. This may eventually move into, that's going to be Calhoun County over to Cleveland County, and into Lincoln County here. So we'll have to continue to monitor the storm as it moves off to the north and east here. But I'm going to go back just for a second here. I'm just making sure, because I'm having to kind of bounce between, both headphones and everything like that. Guys, if y'all say anything, tag me. Because I may not hear you, because I have to make sure that both of these headsets are on. As a matter of fact, I need just one, because I don't think Jamie's on the phone.
They're already issuing those flash flood warnings continuing.
Okay. So now I should be able to hear you guys permanently, because I'm not on the phone or anything. So I'm gonna go over to the ones up here in northeastern Arkansas here, and it's just been, what's up?
People need to turn around, don't drown. Like, we're already getting people in tornado warned areas that are stranded in intersections because of flooding. Like, it doesn't make sense. If there's water crossing the road, it's getting dark, people do not need to cross the road. Like, so now that we have damages going on because of a tornado, now we have flooding coming into play. This is not a place to be out riding around.
Correct. And unfortunately, this is going to be a situation that we're going to have to continue to deal with. Excuse me, I just had a quick zero over the next couple of days here, guys. Up there in northeastern Arkansas, not only northeast Arkansas, but central and everywhere else. Folks, we have said this over and over and over and over and over again until it's just blue in the face. Folks, when it comes to flooding, turn around and do not drown. I understand we live in a society nowadays that everybody is go, 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 gotta go, can't stop, gotta go, 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 go. That's how it is, okay? At some point, you're gonna have to stop. That's how it's gonna be. If you are coming across a flooded roadway, do not try to go over said flooded roadway. You do not have a vehicle that can go over flooded roadways, guys. If you are in northeast Arkansas right now, I understand a lot of people want to try to help. Folks, you got to let emergency management and first responders get there first. Because there could be somebody that's trapped. There could be somebody that depends on those services to save lives. I want to make that crystal clear. My folks up there in northeast Arkansas, they're stressing. National Service up there is stressing. stay out of the damaged path area. If you are traveling, flash flooding, turn around, do not drown. Stop ignoring flash flooding because it's not a big red polygon on the screen. Stop ignoring it, because what you're doing in that situation, you're putting not only your life at risk, but the emergency management's life at risk, trying to have to come out and save you from that flooding situation. Okay? So this is a situation, it's a very serious situation. Folks, if you do not have to travel, don't get out. Okay? If you have to get out, common sense tells you if there's a flooded roadway, you turn around and you find an alternate route immediately. Here, what you got for me? What's that?
No warning come out.
Yeah, it's for Washita County. It's observed for those folks down there in Southwest Arkansas. So I've already had a track for that here, but I'm just stressing that right now here because, like John said, we're already getting people that are in that situation here, folks. And you see the lightning on our sky cam. The lightning is absolutely intense in downtown Little Rock right now here. A lot of heavy rainfall coming our way, folks. You got to seek shelter immunity. If you're under one of these tornado warnings, if you're on a flood warning, turn around and do not drown in these areas here. I've got the tornado that is observed down here that is moving towards Stevens, Camden, East Camden, and the Bearden area here. This is going to track to the north and west of El Dorado. So my folks in El Dorado, rest easy. You're good for right now. We're going to continue to monitor this, but my folks in Camden,
warning coming for Cross County.
For Cross County. It's going to be that 4-city storm up there near West Memphis here. But my folks out here in South Arkansas, Hampton, Camden, Fordyce, over here towards Star City, along Highway 167, Highway 79, Highway 278. If you know anyone in these areas, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to that lowest level of your home immediately at this time. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back over to Northeast Arkansas. Yeah, that lightning up there is really starting to pick up. Your rainfall rates are going to start picking up, and that's where the flooding risk is really going to start to pile up across our area here. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to pull up some cameras on RDOT. RDOT's a good source for watching some stuff going across the interstates and other regions, but all those in Cross County and 4-city area, St. Francis County, those RDOT cameras are all down or having some issues. Downstream tornado warning coming for Mississippi and Pemiscot County.
Okay, so that's going across into West Tennessee here, guys.
Yep.
So, like I said before, Jeff, if you could do me a favor, can you crack that door? Because what's going on is the camera is showing the reflection. So close it.
Oh.
Not crack it, close it. That's what I meant. So that way it shows that. So it'll come up here in just a second here. But like I said, folks in this area, make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you're under a tornado warning right now in Mississippi County, in Crittenden County, and Cross County, and also down into St. Francis County. Also for our folks down there in South Arkansas, Southwest Arkansas, that's going to go for our folks in Lafayette, Columbia, Nevada, over towards Washita, Calhoun, and also Cleveland counties at the same time.
So the correction is Pemiscot is not the right county for that. That was for the county that was in another state. Okay. So the tornado warning is continuing for Poinsett County.
Poinsett,
yeah, in Mississippi County. So this is going to be this is going to be the storm that's over there in Cherry Valley. That's going to be coming up through Marktree, Tyronza, that area there. That's going to be coming up into Lepanto. I guess they'll just keep overlapping. So it looks like maybe the Lepanto, Dice, Kaiser, Osceola, Wilson area. This is going to be approaching the Mississippi River very soon. Mm-hmm. These are fast-moving storms that's going to be coming into that area. Another tornado warning. So this is going to be that tornado warning in Pemiscot in Missouri. So now that's been issued.
Yeah. So very, very active night for us here in Arkansas, guys. We've had so many warnings, so many reports coming in and everything like that. And, we told you guys this morning that, that was the best time to answer those questions, to ask those questions was this morning here, because unfortunately, as you guys can see on our sky cam here, first of all, that was bright.
Ooh, yeah, it was awesome.
Oh, that was bright. Second of all, as you can see on our sky cam, it is just a stormy night here in Central Arkansas. I want to put a lot of minds at ease that are watching this from Little Rock. We are not expecting a tornado in Little Rock. These are just heavy thunderstorms right now. flash flooding will become a serious problem for our folks in central and northeastern Arkansas down into southwestern Arkansas. And looks like for our folks in northern and northwestern Arkansas, things have cleared off up there for the time being. Now eventually this is going to move back to the north. A lot of heavy rainfall is going to develop and stuff like that here, but just something that we're going to have to continue to monitor here. Looks like there's a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Pine Bluff area at this current time here. John, if you take over for a second, I got to turn that camera. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we're just watching this storm that's coming into the west of Jeanette area. So we're trying to get that. Because of where the radar is at in Millington, they're having issues with the landscaping. I guess the trees because of Jeanette's so close to it. So. We're just watching this area near Jeanette. This is going to be, we got reports of, hail for city. This is going to be pretty common. They're going to continue the tornado warning for Woodruff County.
Yeah.
So we just want to make sure that those folks in Woodruff County is also taking your tornado precautions at this time.
Okay. So I had to make sure that sky cam was ready to go because it was showing some sort of reflection. But looks like we're good now. So. Like I said before, we're going to continue to monitor the situation here. That tornado warning down here in southwest Arkansas is still going to continue until 8 o'clock. Looks like it is observed. We're going to read you guys the latest alert with this. Eastern Lafayette, northwestern Union, southeastern Nevada County, and Columbia County here. Confirmed tornado was on the ground near Canfield, 9 miles south of Stamps, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour here. Damaging tornado, quarter-size hail. Emergency management has confirmed said tornado. To repeat, a tornado is on the ground down here in southwestern Arkansas. That is going to go for our folks in Buckner, Walnut, and the McNeil area. Take your tornado precautions now. Tornado is on the ground. Heavy rainfall. This is another problem too. Heavy rainfall may hide this tornado. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now in these areas here. We're stressing that to the moon. Take cover now in these areas here, okay? So multiple severe thunderstorm warnings are now in place for our folks in the Redfield, the Pine Bluff area, and Stuttgart. This is now becoming just a mess up here in northeastern Arkansas here. I'm going to go ahead and take some of these products off of your screen here so you're not being bombarded a lot with this. But folks, any one of these areas, make sure that they're taking your tornado precautions immediately. The Osceola area along Interstate 55, Clarkdale, over towards West Memphis, the Wynn area for city. Take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to that lowest level of your home immediately at this point. But I want to stress right now, if you are traveling, flash flooding is a massive concern for our folks in central and into northeastern Arkansas here. John, what do you have? Do you have anything you need to report?
I don't have any new updates.
Okay.
The St. Francis, it looks like it's been canceled. The St. Francis County tornado warning's been canceled. They're going to continue the tornado warning for Crittenden, Cross, and Poinsett. They've canceled the thunderstorm warnings for Greene and Clay County.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just trying to keep control and understand what's going on. There's a lot of moving parts that are going on here, so we're just trying to see what's going on. We're watching this cell over here at Tyronza. This is going to be coming into Poinsett County. I don't even know which cell this is or which tornado warning this is, but this is the cell that Jeff was talking about. Don't watch the polygons, watch the cells and watch the storm. So this is the cell that's near Tyronza. That's going to be coming into the Dice area. So we're just keeping an eye on that one there as well. It looks like overall, I think Jeff was saying overall things were looking a lot better for the western part of the storms. It looks like it's Jeff, do you want to go ahead and talk about that?
Yeah, notice the line has really started to catch up with most of those individual cells in northeast Arkansas, and you're starting to see more of a little bit less rotation, more of a linear orientation to the winds. That's reducing the tornado threat somewhat. We still have a couple of those cells, though, that are still separated from that main line and out ahead of it, and there's more of a significant tornado threat associated with those storms, including the storm that is near the Jeanette area. That storm still has considerable rotation associated with it. Notice that has not been picked up by the main line yet. However, that main line is starting to get a little bit closer. Also, we have a storm near Forest City. Is also one that we're continuing to watch. That's just passed over Wynn.
Yeah.
Still a rotation associated with that. That rotation is a bit less organized as well, and part of the reason for that is likely that that cell is being overtaken by the line, and you're starting to disrupt the rotation with that supercell. So overall, things are trending in a good direction as far as the tornado threat in northeast Arkansas. It's not over yet, but that the big tornado threat is starting to shift a little bit farther east on the other side of the Mississippi River. So once we get past the next couple of hours, things will start to settle down. We still do need to watch parts of south central Arkansas with that line, with that one individual cell that we've seen. However, as we go through time, it's quite likely that that cell is going to merge with that front, and we'll likely see the same situation evolve, where it becomes more of a linear structure rather than an individual supercell. Notice that the tornado warning that now includes the Camden area is radar indicated tornado, not an observed tornado, because overall the structure has weakened a little bit. Still need to watch it. If you're in Camden, of course, you do need to be prepared to take your tornado precautions, but it's still, you have some time to wait to see what this storm does over the next, say, 10 to 15 minutes before you have to make that move to start taking those precautions. As far as central Arkansas goes, the tornado threat, again, it's not zero, but it's really come down because that front has moved on through. So still some heavy rain, still getting some lightning, lots of lightning actually, but that severe threat has really started to come down quite a bit. Pine Bluff, you still have some strong storms that are moving through, some strong gusty winds, still some tornado threat, but again, this is associated with the large line of storms and not an individual supercell. So things are starting to get a little bit better as far as the severe threat starting to decrease across central Arkansas. So overall, we've seen a very active afternoon and evening where we had, I believe at one point, tracking about half a dozen storms. Just in eastern Arkansas only. Half a dozen storms capable of producing a tornado. Goodness, guys. So, oh, you're just getting up and.
I'm just stretching.
Okay, I got you.
Jamie called her Chase. She encountered flooding. So
okay. I was getting ready to tell her. So what we've done, guys, is now we're strictly just doing studio coverage. We have called Jamie back to Little Rock because flooding is now becoming a very big issue, and it's also becoming dark now as well. And safety is a #1 priority, especially for us across the area, guys. So biggest thing is, like I said, a couple of tornado warnings still remains in effect for our folks in northeastern Arkansas. We've got a couple down. We got one down here in southwest Arkansas, as well as Jeff just mentioned what's going on right now here. If I can do this correctly, give me 1 second. What's going on down here right now is the structure of the storm is starting to change. So now it went from being observed to now being a radar confirmed tornado here. So we're gonna move it to the northeast. I'm gonna clock it at about 55 miles per hour. Stevens, Camden, East Camden, Bearden, Hampton, and also Thornton area. Make sure that you are taking your tornado precautions now. When we talk about those tornado precautions, by the way, here, I'm going to take off the other radar for just a moment here, and we're going to pull up the other one here. We're going to talk to you guys about that, so know where to go when a tornado warning happens here, okay? If you have no basement, move into an interior room with no windows. If you have a basement, that's great. Do not go to a top floor. Don't go to those exterior walls or anything that has windows. And no place outside is safe from a tornado here. Guys, y'all have got to learn some common sense here, okay? Folks that are trying to go out and see the tornado and stuff like that, first of all, you're not going to see it because it's nighttime now. These are going to be rain wrapped, heavy rainfall wrapped. You're not going to see it. You're just going to be putting your life in danger trying to see the tornado itself when you could have already been in shelter, guys. Same thing applies for flooding. Another thing I want to stress too as well, be patient with our moderator team tonight. I understand the anxiety. I understand the anxiousness across the board about about what's going on. Everybody's panicked right now. We've had a major tornado outbreak in northeastern Arkansas and in southern Arkansas. This is no room for people to be rude or hateful in the comments to our team. I'm telling you guys this how it is. If you don't like how we're doing things here at Arkansas Weather Watchers, this is not your weather source. That's how it's going to be. So you've got to make sure if you are under a tornado warning, your safety comes first. Another thing, and Dustin, I love the comment that you just the comment you just made. People traveling do not need to seek shelter under an overpass if there is a tornado warning. I don't know how many times we have to tell you guys this. Do not seek shelter under an overpass. It is a death trap. It is just going to lead to pretty much those overpasses become what's called a wind tunnel, and your wind speeds actually increase more than decrease. So folks, if you are traveling, find a gas station, go to the grocery store. This is why we tell you guys when it's quiet, instead of ignoring it and pushing it off to the last possible second, you go over those severe weather plans. You go over where to go. You go over where you pass. You pass by a gas station every day. You pass by a grocery store every day. Study that stuff, guys, especially when you have a situation as big of a magnitude as this, because this is not going to be the last time we do this. You're going to have a situation like this on, down the road in the April or in the May or something like that. So, folks, we are urging you guys. Number one, if you're under a tornado warning, seek shelter. Number two, be nice to our moderator team. Number three, stay out of damaged path areas. National Weather Service is harping on that. We've had so many people trying to go sightseeing. Folks, let emergency management come and take care of that, okay? So stay out of those areas up there in northeastern Arkansas. Let first responders get into that area here, okay? So, and also another thing, do not seek shelter in a crawl space under a house. That is the worst thing you could possibly do, guys. That is just putting your life in extreme jeopardy at that point here, okay? Be smart when it comes to tornado weather safety here in Arkansas, guys. We got this. This is not our first rodeo. We've been through this situation before. You just have to seek shelter if there's a tornado warning across the board here, guys, okay? So that warning still remains in effect across southern Arkansas. We still have multiple warnings up here in northeastern Arkansas as well. We're going to go back to this real quick, and I'm going to go back over to the dual radar so you guys kind of see what's going on across the state right now here. But it is not us just, ranting on. It's just we've been dealing with this all evening long. People getting upset with us because we're not getting their questions and stuff like that. Folks, it doesn't cost a penny to be nice. It doesn't, okay? This is a situation here. You cannot expect us to answer your questions when there's a half a dozen of tornado warnings in the state of Arkansas. That's just how it is, okay? So you have to make sure if your phone is going off, you take that initiative and you go ahead and seek shelter here, okay? So right now, we still have those tornado warnings across northeastern Arkansas, up there in Mississippi County, Crittenden County, near West Memphis. Fortunately, this is starting to merge into a line now. That's going to be pushing into West Tennessee, but we're still kind of keeping an eye on the situation. John, have you heard anything else outside of the devastating damage we had up there in northeastern Arkansas?
Yeah, so we're just watching a storm that's crossing Interstate 55.
Mm-hmm.
This is near Clarksdale, north of Jericho. We're just trying to watch this storm. Are you getting it zoomed in over there?
Yes,
okay.
sir, I am.
We're just trying to watch that storm and see what's going on. It looks like there may be some strong gravitation near Turl.
It's going to be this right here, near
So
Clarksdale.
it looks a little bit elevated.
Yeah.
The rotation, not by a whole lot, but
It's got some.
It
It's
looks
got
like
70 mile per hour winds going away from the radar, so that it could be a damaging wind threat with this storm, especially if it's elevated. But we'll have to watch it closely here. That's right along Highway 77. That's going to be crossing over the Mississippi River coming up here in just a little bit here, guys. So we'll have to watch the situation very, very closely here. But right now, multiple tornado warning still remains in effect here, guys. The coverage still continues for us here at Arkansas Weather Watchers. I'm double checking everything right now here. Let me go over a couple things here. I think we're good. Dustin's confirmed. He's good. I'm not sure when we're going to be able to bring him back on the live coverage, but he's good to go. Everybody else as well is good to go. 36,491 people without power across the state of Arkansas right now here, guys. So that's going to continue to be the situation at this current
New
point.
tornado warning coming.
Yeah, what you got?
New tornado warning coming near Stuttgart.
That's near Stuttgart. There's new tornado warning coming near Stuttgart. Okay. So that's going to be for this particular cell right in, is it going to be this one right here? I'm going to the rotation real quickly here. It's going to be this one, I do believe, or maybe the one just the one near Pine Bluff.
Centered south of Pine Bluff.
Pine Bluff, okay. Because it looked like there was 2 areas that were trying to get going here, so that's going to be one near Pine Bluff. So let me switch back over to,
And there it is for Prairie, Arkansas, Monroe.
yeah. So it just got issued here. It's going to be coming up here in just a second. That's going to be it right in here. So that's going to be moving to the north. So it's going to come up here in just a little bit. Let me go ahead and get a track on this real fast here. Oh, it's this one up here.
Yeah, this is Stuttgart, and then there's also the one near. There's also a rotation south of Pine Bluff, but that's not. It doesn't look like that's the one the warning is for.
Okay, so that's going to be for the Clarendon Holly Grove area. I think.
Yeah, and there it is.
I think is Jamie still over
So
there?
Jamie's still up there. I'm
Yeah.
gonna wait till the warning probably gone. She
So
may
that
be-
that includes Ulm, Clarendon, and Holly Grove
Yeah.
are in the path of that.
Yeah, that's gonna be.
storm.
This is gonna be it right here. So let's go ahead and put a track on this. I'm just gonna encompass the entire area, and we're gonna track it to the northeast. I'm gonna clock it about 40 miles per hour. So the rural area over towards Clarendon, Holly Grove, Morrow, and also Monroe. Any one of these areas need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and put as many walls between yourself and the outside as you physically can here. It's also going to be a potential problem for Palestine and also Forest City at this current time here as well. So, okay, I'm in a room on Discord. Anytime you're ready to bring me
this
back
one
on.
right here.
All right,
I was about to
so
about Arkansas.
give me just a second, Dustin. We'll get you back on and ready to go. So, hang on 1 second. There you are. There's Dustin. Hey, man. Looks like we got you back on the live stream. There you go. Actually, hang on. Let me make sure your
Turn on
audio.
Fox
Can you
Dale.
get your
There's a
audio
good
going
signature on it.
on here?
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you loud and clear. Yep.
I'd rather be here than where I was.
Yeah. It's been a long night, man. It has been an absolutely long night across the board. So, is everybody okay? I know.
Everybody's great. Saul, go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I was just asking. I was just making sure is everybody okay? Have you heard anything or whatnot?
Everybody's okay. I've heard several spots of damage around Bay, Lake City. I know y'all talked about Monette and Lake City earlier, telling people to stay away from the area, to let the first responders and everybody get in there and get everything cleaned up and taken care of. Parts of Truman, we saw there was a funnel cloud while we were up there at the storm shelter, and some tornadoes that people were showing videos of that were right around the area. Parts of Truman, said to have been hit. I cannot confirm 100%, but just lots of activity was going on there for a little while.
Goodness heavens, man! It's been a night. It has been absolutely just a night here in Arkansas here, guys. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on a couple of things here. But right now, just if you know any one of these areas, make sure that they're seeking shelter immediately. That's going to be for the Clarendon area. That's Highway 86. That's Highway 79, Highway 33. Actually, Elijah, I got your text. Just tell her, don't worry about it. Just make sure that she gets home safely. Because this is starting to become a massive flooding situation, especially for central Arkansas here, guys. So tornado warning still remains in effect. We're also going to keep an eye on this as well up here along Interstate 40, Highway 1 up here as well, and then it's going to be Highway 79. So anyone in these areas, make sure that you're seeking shelter immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this current time here. Okay, so right now, I think we're just going to keep an eye on everything here. Tornado warning still remains in effect for our folks down here in southern Arkansas as well for Washita County. That's going to be for the Camden area, and we're going to go over to the rotation with this one. And good amount of rotation just to the north and east of Stevens right now. That's going to be Highway 79 and south of Highway 278. What you got? What's up?
Well, I'm going to have to be going here pretty soon, although I'll
Yep.
be going back and turning things on and monitoring things. But just wanted to give a little bit of a recap
Yep.
of what's been going on.
Yes, sir. Knock
this
yourself
evening.
out.
I know some people might still be joining in and seeing what's going on. We had a very serious tornado hit in northeast Arkansas earlier. We've had multiple tornado warnings. The threat still is ongoing, but we've passed the hump as far as the worst part of the risk. We're on the downward side. It's not over yet, especially those of you south central Arkansas, south of the Camden area, as well as parts of eastern Arkansas, east central Arkansas, northeast Arkansas, not completely out of the woods yet, but starting to transition to more of a flood and strong wind threat. So that's what's going to happen over the next couple of hours. It's going to be a while before the severe threat is completely gone for tonight, and then we're looking at multiple rounds of some rain coming on in, going into tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and for each round of rain, the flood threat is going to get worse. So
Yep.
I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to be heading off
Okay.
at least for a little while. I may be back a little bit later on. We'll just see how things go for the evening. But I appreciate having you have me on
Yeah.
and help out for this evening.
Yeah, it's no problem. Hey, we
It's
needed
an honor to do so.
we needed every bit of help that we could
it's
get our
been-
hands on this evening.
It's been one of those days, one of those days where we're just, kind of hoping for a high risk bust. That bust didn't happen. It materialized. The severe weather threat materialized, and we've had some very serious weather. And we still have a little bit to go here as far as the severe weather threat. But I just want to say that I think Arkansas Weather Watchers is doing a fantastic job. Warning people over any platform to do it, and doing it on their terms. You don't have to worry about commercial breaks or sponsors or.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's just about delivering the weather information.
Mm-hmm.
It's just about getting that information out there and doing it. Getting the right information to as most people as possible. I know not everyone's going to be happy 100% of the time. There's just no way that's going to happen. You can't, but you try to serve as many people as you can, and I think that you guys have just been doing a fantastic job in doing so.
We appreciate it, man. It really
Hey, it was nice to meet you. I
Yeah.
appreciate you.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah.
Great to work with you tonight.
yes, sir. You take it
Really
easy.
enjoyed your knowledge that you brought to the table. I mean, you've helped me a lot tonight, so I appreciate you. So we'll just keep the fort down. If you're, I will speak on Cameron too. You're welcome to come back tonight. It'd
Yeah.
be great to have you again.
Welcome anytime. Yes, sir.
But it was great working with you. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah.
All right.
So,
Well,
yeah.
thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep. So you take it easy, and like I said, for coverage, you're still going to continue stuff like that. He's having to bounce out, and we still got people that are going to be here. We're going to keep things updated. I have heard about what's going on up there in Lake City.
Something's going on.
Yeah. Did you see that photo I posted in the live stream? A buddy of mine shared that with me and said a friend of his that lives in Lake City caught that tornado
I don't know
that was on the ground earlier today.
Had to have stopped traffic.
That one. The one. Okay. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a devastating situation up there in Lake City. I know you were in shelter during that, but unfortunately, Monette in those areas took a devastating hit. I mean, the debris ball on air was absolutely
Here's that
just
tornado you called earlier.
insane, guys. So something that we're
This was-
going to have to continue to monitor here. But folks, tornado warning still remains in effect for our folks down here in South Central Arkansas. We're going to go ahead and take a look at this. It's going to go until
Oh, so
8:30
that's the
this
one there.
evening. Multiple
So that's the one you're
thunderstorm
talking
warnings
about.
here. Tornado warning still remains in effect up here. It's going to go until, I
Right
do
here.
believe that's going to be
Yeah,
until
that's
8:45 along Highway 79 in the Clarendon area. And then we still have a couple of tornado warnings here. Most of these tornado warnings are now going into Tennessee with this area of rotation starting to move out here. So it looks like right now, as it stands, I do believe, like I said, outside of southeastern Arkansas and south central Arkansas and east central Arkansas, the areas that have not been impacted, I do believe that it stands. We should be kind of wrapping this up the closer we get to the midnight hour, which we anticipated. We said the later we get into the evening, the more these storms were going to become more widespread, and that's what's going to lead to the severe threat really start to kind of transition down here. But this has been a full-on high-risk verification up here in northeastern Arkansas, and even for our folks down in the southern Arkansas as well here. So we're going to keep an eye on this. This activity is going to continue to move on towards the north and east. We've got the statewide radar up there in northeastern Arkansas as well. Not state radar.
And Cameron,
yeah, go ahead, Dustin.
Hey, once again.
No, I was just saying. I mean, I hate to say it like but we if you looked at the timing map and everything else, everything started out just like we said, coming into this, and unfortunately it did, come to fruition like we had called that it would, and they had that high risk in a perfect area, and like I said, it's basically just came up to exactly once everything started going. It popped off, and it opened up the lid to that cap, and it was nothing stopping it at that point.
Oh man, it's been an absolute evening.
Did you
folks up there in northeast Arkansas? What's up? What you got?
Did you see that prediction center, what they put on for tomorrow already?
DNA risk? Yeah, I saw.
No, the high convective risk.
That's not for tomorrow. That was for tonight. The day one.
Okay,
update.
yeah, I see.
Yeah, the day one update for tonight. Yeah, so they kept the high risk for tonight here across those areas, which actually is kind of verifying right now because we have the ongoing tornado outbreak up here in northeastern Arkansas. So, John, have you heard anything?
So tornado warning continued for Prairie. Well, it disappeared on me. Arkansas County. Looked like there was some rotation going on. Let's see, in Arkansas County, are you seeing anything up there? Looks like some minor rotation, maybe.
Looks like it's the one near Arkansas County here. We've got this severe thunderstorm warning right in here. Right now, this looks pretty elevated. We are going to keep an eye on one just right there along Highway 79 near the Clarendon and Holly Grove area. That's going to be the area you're going to have to keep an eye on. Further to the north, it looks like this is just becoming an absolute just a mess.
Yeah.
A lot of heavy rainfall, a lot of boundaries being outputted from storms that are developing up here. Just an absolute mess up here in northeastern Arkansas, and I worry, because we were talking about this as well, Dustin, is not only with the tornado damage, emergency management is having to go out and help out, but the flooding threat that's going to start to develop there in northeastern Arkansas that could potentially impact those that are trying to emergency management, trying to get to folks, trying to get folks that are trapped in those areas and everything like that here. So that's just it's been a very, very sad situation tonight. I want to stress this right now too. There's going to be somebody out there that's going to get mad that they didn't see a tornado tonight. There's going to be folks that are going to get mad that they didn't see severe weather, or if I was under a level 4 and nothing happened. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Tell that to those folks up there in Bay. Tell those folks up there in Truman, for example, in Lake City, in Monette, the ones that took a hit tonight. Tell that to the ones down there in Southwest Arkansas that had to confirm tornado and stuff like that. Perspective is different for every single human being. Some folks are going to get upset because they didn't see a tornado, and there's going to be others that have.
Let me say this.
Yeah, go ahead, Dustin.
If you're upset that you didn't get a tornado and you didn't get to go out there and see a bunch of severe weather tonight, then you need to rethink some things, because I can tell you there is nobody that wants to have a tornado come through their area and destroy property, and if worst case scenario, destroy human lives. And we've seen it time and time again in this business that things happen, but please do not take it for granted that if you did not see any severe weather, just be happy and pray for those that did, and that we can get back going again.
Yeah, that's a good point, Dustin. Just getting some reports in that there's been several houses damaged. We are getting reports of injuries now in that area, so we just want to continue to keep those folks in our prayers. Not just the injured, but the people that have lost their homes. People are going to be displaced for a while. People are not going to be able to go to work tomorrow. People live paycheck to paycheck, and now they can't get to work tomorrow. This is not just something that we're out there chasing tornadoes for fun. Some of us do it as a hobby, right? We enjoy this kind of stuff, and we get that adrenaline rush. But there's real people's lives at risk here. And
Yep.
so, we're getting some reports of injuries in that area.
Man, oh man.
And how long ago was it? It wasn't about 5 years at most. Or no, less than that. That the Monette got the
21.
senior citizens. He got hit. I mean,
Yeah,
those
2021.
folks are still recovering and everything else from up there. So
Yeah. Oh man, that's just wow, guys. I mean, we did this March 14th. We had the event Sunday evening. We had this tornado outbreak tonight, and there were some concerns like, hey, could this potentially bust and stuff like that. Things were kind of trending in that way, and then all of a sudden, one storm popped, and boom, the rest of them went with it, guys. So we're still tracking these tornado warnings up here in Mississippi County. We've got one in Monroe County. I think we still have one down there in Washita County down there in southern Arkansas here, guys. But hopefully we can get these tornado warnings wiped off the board. Unfortunately, it won't be just here in Arkansas. Please pray for those folks in West Tennessee, along the Missouri Boot Hill, up into Kentucky. They're going to have a very, very, very long night coming their way with the tornado outbreak here, with the storms that are coming out from Arkansas that are going to be moving into West Tennessee and into the Kentucky area here. And unfortunately, this is not our last severe weather event, guys, okay? We have to get through tomorrow. We got to get through Friday. We got to get through Saturday, and then we get some colder air moving in on Sunday. This is a 4-day severe weather episode here in Arkansas with the flooding potential here. So, go ahead.
Yeah, so we have a new tornado warning coming out for Lee County.
Okay. That's going to be up there in northeastern Arkansas, I do believe.
No.
yeah, I think you're right.
That Lee County, right here. The St. Francis one.
Mariana?
Yeah. That's going to be a continuation of that Monroe County storm that's going to be moving into that area here. So, West Memphis, we'll have to continue to monitor it. The tornado warning storm remains ahead for our folks up here in northeastern Arkansas. This activity is moving out of Arkansas. So our folks in West Tennessee, you're going to be dealing with a tornado outbreak coming up here in just a little bit. And then, like I said, we're still monitoring this storm down here in southern Arkansas. This is still toll warned out here in Camden, but it looks like the line of storms is starting to catch up to it. So the structure is starting to change, and this is now becoming a more of a big time wind and hail maker. But we're going to keep an eye on the storm down here.
Which did you see?
Yeah,
Checked. I just checked on Memphis update, and they are talking about that storm in Forest City that is a 2 3/4 inch diameter hail. Said baseball-sized hail is falling on the 100 block of Washington Street in Forest City.
And they just issued a tornado warning for St. Francis, Lee, and Cross County.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a continuation of this particular tornado warning that's going to go here.
Well, it's radar
cell.
indicated up there at Forest
Or is it a
City
different
out in
cell?
that area.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so there's the current radar update. I see the tornado warnings going to cross Lee and St.
Is
Francis.
that the same one?
Okay, so what happened? Yeah, it's a continuation. So this tornado warning is going to be let go at about 8:45, and then this one, I think it's okay. So it is a different cell. The one there just southwest of Haynes, there is a different cell now that's showing rotation. We can go to it real quick.
Yeah, it's got that hook to it.
Yeah, and that's been the case all night long. You've got one area down here in Monroe, and then you've got the other. Correct. Yeah,
It passes. It's passing off.
Yeah,
It passes off the energy to it.
Right. So that's what's just going on right now here, guys. It has been a very exhausting night for our team. Just please be patient with us, guys. Okay, we're all stretched thin. We're all trying to answer questions. We're all trying to get this done and everything. Be patient with us, guys. Okay, so if you're just now tuning in, we have a dual radar for a reason. Okay, for those that are wondering about the state of Arkansas, take a look at the right side of the screen. You have an entire Arkansas map of what's going on right now here with all the activity, all the alerts and everything. You have that information on that right side, and then we're going to be watching these storms on the left side of the screen for every particular tornado warning and stuff like that here, guys. So looks like that tornado warning is going to go for Cross, Lee, and St. Francis County. It's going to be impacting about 24,000 people in that area. Still radar indicated almost 2-inch in diameter hail. I don't think we've talked about the hail threat as much. Hail has been a pretty decent problem for us here in Arkansas too. with this event for tonight, especially early on. And then also the damage to wind threat, but then the tornado threat really ramped up. I've always
That's
said that
why I went
4-9
also.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, when your health threat goes down at the very beginning, like it picked up, and then as soon as your health threat went down, your tornado threat picks up. And
Correct.
now that the tornado threat has started kind of to wane down a little bit, now you're starting to really see your health threat really pick back up again.
Yeah. So that's something, like I said, something we're going to continue to monitor. I'm going to go ahead and go back over to this storm here. So what we're going to do here, kind of reset ourselves here. We're going to start in northeastern Arkansas. John, unless you got something you need to report.
They're going to continue that tornado warning in Mississippi County. This is going to be the extreme far east Mississippi County. This is going to be over Wilson. This will be coming into Tennessee. But if you're in the Wilson area, this is radar indicated, but we need to treat it as something serious. But we're watching this storm near Wilson that should be crossing the river shortly.
All right, so that's going to be the storm up here. So let's go ahead and talk to you guys about these tornado warnings real quickly here. So this one is moving out of Arkansas. This is right along the Missouri. Why I keep thinking Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee border. That's going to be moving into West Tennessee. So this one, we are going to officially let this move into West Tennessee. This is a West Tennessee problem. My folks that live along the Arkansas-Tennessee border, that live in West Tennessee, give them a heads up, tell them what's going on at this current point. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to focus on these 2 tornado warnings right now, and then the third one down here in southern Arkansas. So I'm going to put a track on this one, John, unless you have something you need to report real quick for the National Weather Service, you let me know. But right now, we're going to put a track on this storm. So right in here, we're going to put a track. It's going to move it to the northeast. I'm clocking about 46 miles per hour. 4 cities coming at you at 840, Madison 844, over towards the Edmondson area at 9:15 this evening. That's going right through St. Francis County over towards Forest City. We also have this other area down here that the rotation has broadened out pretty significantly. My folks in Clarendon, Monroe, the Morrow area over towards Haynes, and the Forest City area, they need to be taking their tornado precautions now as well. So we're going to have to continue to monitor that very closely here. So checking in with Jamie. She's in the path of that new tornado. Okay, thank you so much, Elijah, for doing that here, guys. So let me see here. Let's go ahead and kind of take a look at this real quickly here. There's thunderstorm warnings in place for that. And then the tornado warning down here, which is going to be allowed to expire in the next 10 minutes for our folks down here in Washita County. That's going to be the Camden area, Highway 278. And then that's also going to be Highway 79 as well here. So we're going to kind of keep an eye on this situation down here. Camden, stay where you are for the next couple of minutes. Let this storm kind of die off. And are they planning on extending this tornado warning down here for the Camden storm? They are.
Yeah. So now this is going to be further south. Washita, is that?
Yeah, it's Washita.
Yeah. So that one down there is the one that they're going to continue. That we're watching that one.
Okay. All right. So long night coming up, and like I mentioned before, something that we're just going to continue to monitor, guys. So I'm gonna go over to I'm gonna go back over to the radar real quickly here, and we're gonna do this. Okay. So right now, like I said before, I'm gonna put a track. And I think this may ease a lot of confusion right now. I'm gonna put a track on the entire line of storms here. So it's gonna be pretty much through here. I did not mean to draw it that far. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna do this. So it's gonna be right through here. We're gonna put a track. I'm gonna clock it at about 60 miles per hour. Okay, so that's gonna be the track right through here. Okay, so from Osceola down to West Memphis, down to Mariana, down towards Pine Bluff. This is your area of concern that you're gonna have to keep an eye on. This does include the storm down here in the Camden area. The tornado warning still remains effective until 8:30. And if it gets extended, it is going to go into Dallas, Cleveland, and Calhoun counties, especially for our folks near the Forest City area at this current time here. John, you go ahead.
Now, see, we've canceled the tornado warning. I say we. The National Weather Service has canceled the tornado warning for Prairie and Arkansas County. They're going to continue the tornado warning for Monroe County. It looks like they've canceled the thunderstorm warnings for Pemiscot, Missouri, and Mississippi, Arkansas County.
Yeah, what's up?
Jamie.
Okay, what's going on? Hey, Jamie, can you hear me?
In Forest City,
Yeah.
we are in a tornado warning. I've got people in the trying to get in the hall, trying to get up to the side. I know we're in the path. Just gonna give you a heads up. I'm doing my best to get people in the hallways and try to get everybody hunkered down. So we're just gonna wait. I'm gonna see if I can get the manager to go ahead and keep everybody somewhat close by until the second one passes too.
Okay, all right. We appreciate you so much, Jamie, for doing that.
I know I let you down and I would not do
Nope,
something, but
nope. Hey. Nope, you did not. You're good. Hey, we're not worried about intercepting tornadoes here. We're worried about keeping people safe. So you did good tonight. We all did good tonight. We were under a lot of pressure. We're good. Okay, you did your part. You're doing your part right now by saving lives. You're good to go. Okay, so
all right, I'll keep you posted. I
Yep.
appreciate you.
Yep.
Good talk to you later. All right, bye.
no problem at all. All right, Elijah, you go.
So,
Yeah, Cameron. So that storm
Yeah.
that she's talking about is just going to be south of Palestine. It's going to be
Yeah.
coming into Forest City here shortly. It looks
Yeah.
like it's going to be north of Hines there on. Let's see, what highway is that? Highway 1.
Okay.
So do you have?
That's that's gonna be this one right here. I do believe.
Yeah. Okay. That's where she's at.
Okay, yeah, that's gonna be for this one here, along Highway 1 Hines area. So I'm gonna go ahead and put a rotation track on that real quickly. There it is. Yeah, going right for Forest City here. So I'm gonna text one of my friends that lives in that area. Give me just one.
And then also,
second.
we have that one just southwest of it, also just north of Holland Grove, that's following that same path tomorrow. So these are going to be two different tornado warnings. It's going to be traveling northeast straight to Forest City. Those that are in Forest City need to be treating this thing seriously.
Yeah. And again, I just sent a text on one of my friends that lives in that area here, guys. So I'm going to continue to monitor it very closely. Biggest thing is, like I said before, we're going to have to continue to watch all of these tornado warnings right now that are ongoing across northeastern Arkansas, even down into southern Arkansas. I want to stress this too. And this is something that we have not talked about too much because obviously we've had tornado warnings every 5 seconds. Flooding. I want you to take a look at the right side of your screen. You see all that activity that's building up from southwest Arkansas up to central. That is going to become a nightmare overnight. All of that moisture, all that lift mechanism moving northward over that boundary, that is going to be a flooding mess coming up in the next couple of hours into the overnight hours in the first part of your Thursday mornings here. So, folks, I'm stressing, yes, the tornado threat is there. It's real. You need to take shelter, all that good stuff. I understand that. The flooding threat is something we're going to have to deal with long after the tornadoes are gone. That's how it's going to be. So if you know anyone that is traveling, that plans on traveling first thing tomorrow morning, make sure that they know to turn around and do not drown, guys. I want to make that crystal clear. The flooding threat is real. The flooding threat is legit, and it is just about as high as the tornado threat is right now. Got to make sure that you turn around, do not drown. And I know some people are going to be like, why are you talking about that with tornado warning in place? Folks, it's there for a reason. Like, we have to talk about it for a reason here. I'm getting concerned, by the way, about that area of rotation along Highway 17. It's just north of Holland Grove. That's starting to get going down there. So
That's the bottom storm.
That's the bottom storm. Okay, so newest scan here. Not as impressive, may have been just from that one scan. It is just to the south of Highway 79.
Check out the one at Camden.
Yeah,
Have you looked at it lately?
I have not. We can take a look at that real quickly here. It's going to be down here. Wow, that is a strong area of rotation. Problem is, it is, once again, Streetport's radar, Little Rock's radar. It is caught right in the middle between here. So we can't do much until this storm is in Calhoun County. I'm gonna stress this to all of the emergency management teams and anybody that controls the funding. Folks, we need a radar bad in these areas. Okay, this is a situation that you got a situation like in Camden where it's stuck between Little Rock and Streetport. You had a situation up there in North Arkansas earlier in Mount Home where it was stuck between Little Rock and Springfield's radar and all those radars. We need more radars in this part of the country. We need them. We need them, especially in situations like this. Because if this was on the ground, there'd be no way you would be able to determine because it's right between Little Rock and Shreveport here. So tornado warning still remains in effect for our folks down here in Washita County and Calhoun County. Looks like they're going tornado possible now with this storm over here in Arkansas County and into Monroe County. Dustin, you go ahead.
No, you're good. I was just listening to what you were saying. I posted in it. We're at 38,525 people without power right now across the state. And I sent you a video of the Lake City tornado as it crossed over in front of a chaser. And also then I sent you some photos in the messenger about some damage in the Lake City tornado that came through that they're still cleaning up from.
Wow. I see it now. Let me take a look at this real quick. Oh my heavens, man. That is devastating. That is absolutely devastating. That just happened up there in Lake City earlier this evening here, guys. And, you saw that, you saw that debris ball on air. And whenever you see that, that's just a tall tale sign of this producing a violent tornado here. And that's unfortunately what happened up here in northeastern Arkansas tonight. You had that violent tornado go through those areas. Unfortunately, there's going to be more tornado reports over the next couple of days, especially for us here in Arkansas. Down there in southwest Arkansas, you had an observed tornado earlier on. So it's just a very, very just catastrophic situation for us here in Arkansas. I'm getting a lot of people trying to, message me personally and stuff like that. Folks, I'm going to stress, I'm not going to be able to get to your questions or anything like that right now. It's just not going to happen. There's just too much going on right now for us to be able to do that here. Okay, so let me see here. I think that's right for right
Which
now.
did you see?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because their flash flooding report a little bit earlier, I was saying something you were going on earlier, but they do in Pulaski County. So we're not even in where the tornadoes and everything else have happened in Pulaski County. Water covering the roadway intersection I-430 and Crystal Hill Maumelle Boulevard. So that's not even in a tornado affected area. And so what we're up next against is going to be that flash. And I cannot stress enough, like you have earlier tonight, that pay very close attention to the flooded areas, especially when you wake up in the morning and go to work.
That's the biggest thing, man. That is the absolute biggest thing here. So, just double checking a couple things real quickly, guys. I'm not really seeing outside of what's going on up there in northeastern Arkansas. I'm just kind of looking around and just double checking everything here. And I appreciate the guys getting the information up on the page and everything like that. So I want to stress this, that we have been going live. We've had live conditions the entire time here. So just double checking real quickly here. Okay, so let me see here. Not really seeing much right now. Outside of yeah, go ahead. What you got?
Yes, we have a new tornado warning issued for Washita, Cleveland, Dallas. County is down in southwestern Arkansas. They're obviously,
I see it.
There's some thunderstorm warnings that are coming out for St. Francis, crossing Crenton, and Mississippi County in northeast Arkansas. That's still a scattered mess up there. But that new tornado warning issued for southwestern Arkansas.
Yeah, so that's going to be for the Camden and for the Fordyce area down here. And man, oh man, it just continues to be this situation down here that we're having to continue to monitor these storms over and over and over and over and over again, guys. So Camden, the Fordyce area, the Rising area, folks, make sure that you are taking your tornado precautions in this area. We cannot stress that enough. For those that are on Highway 205, not 270, Highway 205, Highway 79 over here. I get those two confused sometimes. Highway 9, Highway 203, Highway 273 over here, and then Highway 167 that runs out from Hampton up towards not the Hot Springs area. Why I keep thinking Hot Springs? Fordyce area. I'm looking at Fordyce, I'm looking at Hot Springs over here. So Fordyce is where the tornado warning is right now. The reason why I was looking at Hot Springs is Hot Springs is under the flash flood warning right now, and flooding is going to be a big problem up here in central Arkansas, especially getting into later this evening here. Folks, I'm stressing this right now. I know it goes till 9 o'clock. that flood warning is going to get expanded, and it's going to continue throughout your overnight hours here. There is a lot of rain developing. So you can see it in southwest Arkansas.
Yeah.
All that rain is moving into central Arkansas right now here. So this is fixing to be a very, very long night for our folks in central Arkansas in terms of the flooding threat. The tornado threat is starting to come to an end, but we're still monitoring those warnings in place.
And you also got some
So
wind
we just got a
damage
tornado
there
warning
and
for Arkansas and Monroe County.
Okay, all right. What you got for me, Dustin? What'd you say?
I was just checking it out anyway. It said a thunderstorm wind damage overturned a semi
wow. That's-
on Interstate 55, and multiple trees are down east of Forest City, and some sign damage was reported earlier in St. Francis County.
So where this tornado warning's at now, that's going to be in the southern Arkansas here. What is that? Southeast Arkansas,
Yeah.
south of Holly Grove. Now this storm is
Amara
where they had a
again.
tornado. Already had significant damage in that area, so they're getting a repeat situation here. So we just need to make sure that everybody in that area is taking their safety precautions.
Man, oh man.
That's why they're having delayed reports that are coming out of Monette, where a current possible where the tornado came through, structure damage to several homes in Monette.
Drafting, let's see, over there.
That is just absolutely insane, man.
And a buddy of mine was
Go ahead.
was saying that church there in Lake City that got hit, they said it's about the third time that church and area has been hit by a tornado or straight line winds of some kind, about 3 times in 5 years now.
Can you go down to Camden? That's looking pretty impressive down there. So this is going to be East Camden. This is going to be going on Highway 7. This is Highway 79. It's going to be coming into Fordyce.
Yeah, so that's gonna be it right here. I'm gonna go over to the rotation tracker real quickly. It's gonna be
It's just hard to tell because of the radar situation.
Yeah, it's like right there along the. So pretty much, if you're looking at this right now, you see all that purple, and those lines that are just kind of in that place. That is where Little Rock's radar pretty much cuts off. You could still get some data down here in El Dorado and all that, but this is pretty much where the data really cuts off down here in southern Arkansas. So this is like right there on that radar beam in those areas here. And until this moves further into Calhoun County and into Dallas County, you're not really going to see how well this rotation is because it's getting skewed because of the how far away it is from the radar. So like you can see it on your right side of your screen, you have that data all the way down, but you can notice how your data is a lot more defined, if you've ever noticed that, the further north you get, because you're closer to the radar beam here, guys. So this down here is like right along the edge, and it's going to be moving into the northern Calhoun County here, Highway 79, and then also Highway 167, and then Highway 79 again, and then Highway 274, and then Highway 8 over here. So tornado warning remains in effect until 9:15 this evening, another 30 minutes. Then we have this other tornado warning up here that's going to go until 9:15, and then we have this one up here that's going to go until 9 o'clock here. So 3 tornado warnings in place. The tornado warnings in here, northeast Arkansas, have been moved out into Tennessee. Tennessee is now dealing with tornado warnings. This is the ongoing outbreak here in Arkansas and for the mid-south and the upper Midwest. Excuse me. You have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. Multiple of them are producing destruction up here in Indiana, Kentucky, down towards northeastern Arkansas, and then now down into central and now into southwestern Arkansas here. So, just an overall, just a long Wednesday evening for us here in Arkansas, and unfortunately, this is going to continue to be the case over the next couple of hours here. Go ahead.
Yeah, so they
And
just
you notice that
that
go
tornado
ahead.
warning for Arkansas County. That's going to be until 9:15 at 8:30. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located southwest of Amara. What is that? 11 miles.
I think it's Amara or something like that. Amara.
11 miles south of Stuttgart,
Yeah.
moving east at 45 miles an hour. So this is radar indicated. This is not observed, but it's something that we need to take serious. And if you're in the area, make sure you're taking your tornado precautions.
Goodness. What a night, Arkansas. What an absolute night across the board. We've had, like I said, you've had a big time situation with the tornadoes up there in northeastern Arkansas. You've got tornadoes now in southwest Arkansas, tornado warnings down there, and then the ones in east central Arkansas right now. You have in total 11 tornado warnings in the country right now. 17 of those are severe thunderstorm warnings. 4 of them are flash flood warnings, and also a couple of special weather statements across the board here. Okay, so these are going to go till 9:15. What do we want to do here? We can go start in northeast Arkansas and then just kind of make our way down in terms of the.
Yeah, they just issued some updates for that tornado warning down in Cleveland, Dallas. Is that the one that's down there?
Calhoun.
Calhoun, yep.
So they just got an update for it. Let me see what it says here. So this is at 8:36. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Highland Industrial Park, or 10 miles northeast of Camden, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So there's a possible tornado and golf ball size hail, flying debris. You don't need to be outside. Damage to roofs, windows, vehicles will occur. Trees damage is likely. You need to take cover now if you're in this area.
Goodness.
This cold front is stalling out, and when it's stalling out, it's causing these storms to slow way down, and they are starting to come into a line, and they are moving super slow, which means it's going to stay over in the same area. It's not moving like it was earlier when it was 60, to 55 mile per hour storms. Now we have 35 to 40 mile per hour storms that are staying over the same area for a long period of time.
Yeah.
So Memphis has now issued a tornado warning. This is going to be an updated for St. Francis and Lee County. Let me see what's going on with it. At 8:37, a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Morrow, 13 miles west of Marianna. This is moving at 40 miles an hour, just like Dustin was talking about. These are starting to slow down a little bit. So our hazard here is going to be tornado, flying debris. If you're in a mobile home, there could be damage to it. It could be destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, vehicles will occur. So this is something that we need to take cover now. If you're, let me see if I can get some cities here. What is this? Oak Forest, Mississippi River State Park, Mud Lake, Ball Point, Scott Valley. So if you live in any of these areas, Marianna, you need to be taking your tornado precautions at this time.
Mm-hmm. So. Just looking at everything here, there's a massive flash flood warning now, by the way. That's going to go until 11:45. Dustin, if you want to talk about that flash flood warning real quick.
I was just starting to look it up, and I was looking back behind you there at all the storm systems that are still coming up out of northeastern Texas and southeastern Oklahoma. These things are still coming into the state of Arkansas, and these will be round after round after round of rain. We have slowed down on the actual threat of tornadoes due to the fact that our atmosphere has been worked over and over and over. So now that these storms are passing through, yes, there are still some that could, pose a threat, but the majority of them has slowed down, as we've seen. But if you look back to the south and west of Arkansas, you have these storms that are going to continue to over and over the same area, which is going to continue to make a lot of rain and flash flooding in the state, and will continue to be a major problem as these storms pass through overnight and into the morning hours, as most everything I've seen tomorrow is going to be raining literally all day across the state. So it's not going to let up anytime in the near future.
Yeah, and speaking of tomorrow here, we do have that risk of severe weather, especially for our folks down there in South Arkansas. We're going to have to continue to monitor that. The tornado warning still remains in effect here, but I'm starting to notice something here, guys. We still have these tornado warnings in place here, but I do have some good news. Look at the storms that are coming out from Louisiana and Texas all of a sudden. They're just special weather statements. We're starting to get to that point that things are finally beginning to transition from what was a major tornado outbreak to now what is going to be the potential of wind gusts and also the potential of flooding here in this area here. I've noticed a couple of things too. Another thing is, if you pay attention on the right side of your screen, particularly near Camden and the Monticello area, you notice there's a green line that has developed here. That's what we call an outflow boundary. Then what happens is these storms go up, they go up, they go up, they go up, and they produce these outflow boundaries. That's just rain cooled air that just it produces. And what happens in that situation is it chokes off any kind of storms that get going to the south of it here. So we will have to watch the Camden one because they could potentially latch on to that outflow boundary. But right now, I mean, outside of the current tornado warnings that we have in place, it looks like things are finally beginning to settle down just a nudge across the board here. Okay, so we're gonna look at this here. It looks like they're continuing that tornado warning for our folks in the Arkansas County and Monroe County at this point. Also, the other tornado warning up here, and I do believe that is going to be Lee County up to St. Francis County at this time. And then I think that's pretty much it. This other one has moved into Western Tennessee here at this point. So only two tornado warnings, three. Okay, I stand corrected. 3 tornado warnings on the board right now. 3 is better than 15. I'm telling you that right now. 3, we're making progress here. We were at one point had over a dozen tornado warnings here in Arkansas. Now that we have gone from this being I think Justin, I'm not making sure I heard myself for a second. We've gone from what was a dozen tornado warnings to now only 3. So we can get these 3 wiped off the board. We can finally start transitioning to a more of a wind and hail and a flooding threat across the board here. So hopefully we start making progress. Do you need to head out or?
Yeah, I'm gonna head on out.
Okay, you're gonna head out?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Let me know about tomorrow.
Yep, I will. And I will probably talk to you about going to northeastern Arkansas because I know there's going to be some damage reports and stuff like that coming out. So yeah, we got it covered here.
Thanks,
And,
nice to meet you.
yeah.
Appreciate you.
Nice to meet you, John.
Yeah,
Thanks. Good
take
to work
it
with
easy,
you.
man.
Yeah,
Yep.
we'll see y'all later.
Yep, we'll see you later.
Hey, so I just want to go over something real quick. The Cricket County OEM is saying that there's been an incident command established for Lake City.
Okay.
That they are not needing any outside sources right now. So any resources that are requested, they're not needing any outside resources. So they've got an incident command set up and established there in the Lake City area. There has been several homes damaged, report of several injuries coming out of that area as well. They're going to continue that tornado warning for Cleveland, Dallas, and do you have anything on that Camden now since it's moved kind of to the north?
Yeah, so this one in here is, we're gonna watch it because what's going on here is you have the storm to the north and east of it, and what it will do is it will kind of send out a boundary in this particular area here, and what could happen is the storm could latch onto said boundary and it could produce a tornado threat further to the north and east. Now, here's the situation with this. This area up here has been worked over significantly. You've had a lot of rainfall, a lot of thunderstorm activity. This area has been worked over. So as this storm moves to the north and east, I'd be curious to see if the rotation continues. We'll keep an eye on it. But for right now, let me go back over to the rotation detection here. I see it, but it's still it's not impressive right now in terms of what we were seeing earlier on when there was a tornado on the ground and stuff like that here. But this is what we got. It's just to the southwest of the Bearden area or just north of Highway 79. There is rotation here. It is in Little Rock's jurisdiction here, so you can see, look at there, 90 to 100 mile per hour winds here. This is on the very edge of the radar, so you can take this with a grain of salt. But there is some rotation worthy of going tornado warned in this area. Something that we're just going to have to continue to monitor, and it's going to continue to push to the northeast here. So we're going to put a track. It's going to be right through here, through Fordyce. It's going to move to the north at about, I'll clock at 50. Bearden, Thornton, over towards Fordyce. The Kingsland area, over towards Rising and Woodland. This is going to be moving into your general direction. And like I mentioned before, not only, and we're seeing this becoming a frequent problem now. Look at your flash flood warnings now starting to pile up from central Arkansas to east central Arkansas all the way up to northeastern Arkansas right now. So this is going to continue to be a very dangerous situation when it comes to the flooding threat here across the state here. So, John, unless you've got something you need to report from the National Reserve this time.
Yeah, I don't have anything really. They're just going to continue that tornado warning in Arkansas County that's north of DeWitt.
Yeah.
south of Holly Grove. So that area there, it's a little small polygon. Like Dustin was saying earlier, these storms are moving really slow at this time. You know, we went from 60 to 70 miles an hour. Now we're down to 40 and 45 miles an hour. But they're going to continue that tornado warning that's just north of DeWitt.
Gotcha. So, not taking anything away from the ongoing warnings right now here. I'm just kind of, I'd like to do this. If you know me personally, I kind of like to look ahead for a little bit to kind of see what we're getting ourselves into for tomorrow. It looks like, just based off of what I've seen here, it looks like that boundary is just going to kind of hang on down there in far southern Arkansas. So there could be a situation. I'm not going to say this isn't all clear just yet. There could be a situation when 80% of the state takes a break tomorrow from severe weather. We'll keep an eye on it. Looks like the boundary is going to probably stall from Texarkana just north of Eldo over towards the Monticello area here. But it looks like, as it stands right now, it looks like the majority of this will probably be north of the boundary, which will be indicative of more of a hail and wind threat versus a tornado threat, which would be great news because we all need a break. This would be great news if that happens here. But I am starting to get a little bit more concerned about Friday. Friday's event is now starting to take off per the computer model data here. So we'll talk a little bit more about that coming up here in just a little bit after all these tornado warnings have expired. But I just kind of look ahead. But right now, for those that are just kind of getting a little bit of a reprieve, it looks like 90% of the state tomorrow will be dealing with a lot of general thunderstorms, could be some elevated hailers, but it looks like that boundary, per data right now, looks like it's going to stay down in far southern Arkansas, along the Arkansas-Louisiana border. Obviously, we will watch South Arkansas very closely, but for the majority of the state, point north. After tonight, once we get past all this mess, it does look like things are going to calm down just for a little bit on Thursday before we get more severe weather potential for Friday into your Saturday time frame here. So, it looks like did they just issue another tornado warning up here? Or is that the same?
No, they just updated it.
Yeah, they just updated it.
Okay, cool. So, these two up here are going to go until 9:15, and then we've got one that's going to go for 9:15 as well. And then we've got this one down here in southern Arkansas that's going to go until 9:15 at this point. Go ahead.
I don't have anything new. They're just going to continue that tornado warning for St. Francis, Lee, and Cross County for that storm that's near Forest City.
Yeah. Looks like, and pardon me for yawning, by the way, guys. I've been up since pretty much 6 a.m. this morning, covering severe weather, multiple live streams, dealing with people and stuff like that. Just forgive me for yawning, but I still got a good amount in the tank, so we're rocking and rolling here. But right now, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings still remains in effect. Also, now severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings remains in effect. What we're going to do for just a little bit is I'm going to take off the severe thunderstorm warnings for just a little bit in the flash flood warnings here, because I want to prioritize just the tornado warnings right now. And then once the tornado warnings have dropped, we'll add the flash flood warnings and the tornado warnings back in place here. So we've got two here. Both of these are going to expire within the next, I'd say, 15, 20 minutes. You've got this one that's going to be in Arkansas County that's moving here. And then you've got this other one over here in Washtenaw County and also in Cleveland County here. Do you have anything to report? Nothing from the National Weather Service, nothing on the ground or anything like that?
They're just continuing that tornado warning near Mariana. It's moving near Haynes.
Okay. So... but we haven't heard anything about anything being on the ground or anything like that like we were earlier. Okay, good.
No, sir.
All right, I will tell you guys this. Yes, radar indicator rotation still needs to be taken as serious as possible. But like Jeff mentioned before, there's a big difference between what was a tornado emergency up there in northeastern Arkansas to a regular radar indicated tornado warning in place here. So that means that we are going into the right direction. We're not seeing any more of these observed tags or confirmed tags and stuff like that. We're now transitioning more to radar indicated rotation along the line itself. Finally starting to transition to what we call more of a QCS type tornado event versus the supercell powerhouse tornadoes that we were seeing earlier on in the day. But that does not mean let your guard down, guys. We're still monitoring the situation, and we're going to continue to keep you guys updated here. But I will say the flooding threat after all the tornadoes have moved out and the tornado warnings have expired, the flooding threat is going to remain throughout much of the night, and it is going to be a loud night for Arkansas with a lot of shower and thunderstorm activity moving in from southwest Arkansas up through central and up through northeastern Arkansas at this current time here. So right now, let me double check.
My wife told you to quit talking about severe weather. She can't take much more of it.
Yeah. Alright, well, here's the cool part. Like I said, tomorrow, hopefully, and let's all pray that things hold as they are outside of far south Arkansas. It does look like that boundary. The more, and I hate saying this because obviously we get more rain, it's flooding and stuff like that. Folks, it's going to be a double-edged sword no matter how you do this. You either deal with a flooding threat or you deal with a tornado threat here. And the more rain we get, the more thunderstorm activity we get, the further it pushes that boundary south of Arkansas. If we can get that boundary to get south of Arkansas, we won't deal with severe weather tomorrow. It will just be a lot of heavy rain, flooding, and then that's it. You don't have to deal with the tornado threat or anything like that. So the more rain we get overnight, the bigger that cold pull gets, the more south that boundary will push down into Louisiana, and Arkansas won't have to deal with the severe weather threat for tomorrow. That being said, we still got to get past tonight. We got to see how things are before we jump on what to expect down the road here, guys. But tornado warning still remains in effect for our folks in Arkansas and Phillips County. This track here is going to go for our folks in Calhoun and Cleveland counties. I'm going to go ahead and go over to this one real quickly here, and it's going to be right in this area. I'm going to go ahead and move it to here, 40 miles per hour. Holly Grove, St. Charles, Morrill, the Rondo area over towards Mariana, and also Helena and West Helena. It's going to be coming at you guys probably about 9:35, 9:40. And then we're going to monitor this one up here, which I'm going to put another track. You know what? I'm going to do this. I think this will make it a lot easier to kind of combine both of these tornado warnings into one and kind of put a track. I'll put it about 45 miles per hour here. So this is your new track, St. Charles 854, the Palestine area 857, Madison 909, Helena West Helena, excuse my tired mind, and also the Horseshoe Lake area about 934.
Yeah.
What you got?
I don't have anything. I sent you a message over there on Slack.
Okay.
Or Discord, I'm sorry.
Okay. So, all right. Yeah.
Now we got those 4 tornado warnings that are on the board. Like you said, practically 2 tornadoes wrapped up there in one in St. Francis County up in that area, as all storms are moving to the east. But the good thing behind it all is, like we talked about earlier, these storms are going over a worked over atmosphere that has been worked over for the past several hours. So it is going to wind down, and majority of these storms, once they reach a certain point getting over into western Tennessee, eastern Arkansas, they will start to kind of wind down and not be able to, should not be able to perform as well as what was performing earlier tonight. But we still will keep an eye on them, as they are still tornado warned before they move into Tennessee.
Okay. And like I said, that's something that we're going to have to continue to monitor here. That's going to be the track of both of these tornado warned storms right now. Going to have to continue to monitor the situation closely as it moves into western Mississippi and up towards western Tennessee here at this point. Okay, so let me see here. I think that's John. If you need to go,
Now,
you can go.
Yeah,
ahead.
so I appreciate you having me up here in the firstregional.com studio tonight.
Yeah.
Watching the storms here in Arkansas. It was great working with meteorologist Jeff over here with us, tonight. So I appreciate that and his knowledge that he's helped me tonight. But I do have a 2.5-hour drive home with the rain. My community back home as well in Bay, got some damage, and so I feel like I need to head back to that area.
Okay.
But as of right now, we're going to be watching the storm over there in the St. Francis County coming into Crittenden County.
Yeah.
That tornado warning that's coming up there. I'm trying to find out if we're going to have any continuation to that into Crittenden County.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking about it in chat, so we're just still waiting on that. Matter of fact, they just expired that St. Francis, Lee, and Coles County tornado warning.
Okay.
They did a severe thunderstorm warning is what they did right up into Crittenden, Lee, and Phillips into St. Francis.
Okay.
That's going into Mississippi County here shortly.
Yeah. So That one is starting to wind down. John, I know you got a 2-hour drive back. 9:30 work. Would that work for you? Or 9:15? To kind of stay around for just a little bit longer, just in case we have anything else pop up.
Yeah.
In the end, I think once we get past, let's get this activity
Of course,
out of
there's
here.
another tornado warning for St. Francis and Lee.
Yeah. I was trying to get this activity passed through here because I
Let's see
think
what it
what's going to
says.
happen is this activity is going to move into West Tennessee, and then I think we're going to be kind of rocking and rolling. And I think we'll pretty much be done after a very long day. I am praying that we get a good amount of rain tonight to kind of suppress that boundary, and we won't have to deal with it here. Also, I know you said you live up there in Bay. Is your family and everything okay? Have you
Yeah,
checked
so
on that?
people's been checking on me through the night,
Okay.
but I've been down here in Little Rock, so I've been safe here. But things are going on back at home. The family and friends there are all good to go.
Okay.
So getting good reports from them.
That's awesome.
But I was talking about that St. Francis and Lee County that they've actually canceled that second tornado warning.
Okay, so that one, so the second one that was under here, they
Yeah.
canceled it. This one right here is going to go until 9 o'clock, so the next 4 minutes.
But, and they've
gonna
allowed
end
it
up-
to expire.
They're going to allow that one to expire, so we'll be down to 2 more. There's going to be
One
one
to-
for the 9:15, and then the other one over here until 9:15, and then we're going to hang tight, do a little bit. I'll probably end up kind of going over tomorrow a little bit, so that way it kind of eases the mind, a lot of minds out there. And then that'll be pretty much it, guys. This has been a very, very, very long last 24 to 48 hours across the board. Getting ready for a multi-day severe threat, doing all the live streams, answering questions. It's been a very long last couple of days here, guys. So if we can get a break tomorrow, that will be very appreciated. As a matter of fact, hey, I think they're going to let this one go actually. So the tornado watch itself goes till midnight, by the way. So we only have a couple more hours to do tornado watch.
I think they'll start backing that up a little bit too
yeah.
as this line goes through, because now everything's congealed into a line. So we call like you said, QLCS threat, which means everything's in a line, and we're looking more for just straight line winds. But it's still very powerful, and like we continue to harp on, and I'm going to harp on it until until we have to. Like I said, this flooding threat is not going to be a joke. It is nothing to mess with. And there is going to be several bouts of rain over the next couple of days that we're going to have to deal with, and it is not going to make cleanup from any of this system any easier.
Yeah. So that's the name of the game here, guys. And it looks like they're gonna they've trimmed that tornado warning down here in for southern Arkansas. So hopefully we get this one off the board. That's 2 minutes. We get this one off. We get the one off down here at 9:15, and I'm gonna knock on some wood here, guys. I don't know about y'all in Arkansas, but hopefully we can start wiping off some of these tornado warnings off the breaking alert system and focus more on the flooding threat that's getting ready to happen here. And I'll tell you guys this too: the flooding threat, although is a little easier to prepare for, it's still there. It's still legit. It's still real. We still gotta take it seriously. But the tornado threat has finally began to kind of wind down across our board here. So something that we're going to continue to
Looks like
monitor.
we only got one tornado warning on the board now, as they did allow the other one to expire.
Okay. One tornado
Down
warning.
there, one out of about 50 that's been on the board tonight.
Yeah. Okay, which one did they let expire?
The one in Arkansas County over there by Stuttgart and
Okay.
DeWitt.
Arkansas and Monroe.
Arkansas Monroe. So that one's gone now.
Yeah.
And then we have this one up here that's getting ready to expire.
They canceled the one in Wichita, but Cleveland, Dallas is still active.
This one's still active?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're going to cancel this one up here. And then, I think 9:15, bud, you can hop out of here and get you back home before the flooding starts. So
that flooding is not
Before
going
it
to be something
starts.
to be playing with over the next couple of days. It's going to be significant. I know back home in Truman and Bay and several of the communities have been bagging sand all day. So they've been preparing for the flood warnings and the flood watches that's coming out. And it's something to be serious. It's not something to be playing around with.
definitely. So
Yeah. Turn around, do not drown. It's not just a cliche. It does not take, folks, that's what it's saying. It doesn't take much water once it gets up underneath your tires, it picks your tires up off the ground you have no control over the vehicle anymore. It's just like driving on ice. Once your tires leave the roadway, you have no control over that vehicle whatsoever. So do not even chance it if it doesn't. If you cannot see pavement, do not even chance going. If there's water running across the road, do not even chance it.
Yep. Give me 1 second here, guys. So I think that's pretty much it. Just kind of keep an eye on everything here. Dallas County, Cleveland County, Calhoun County. We're going to keep an eye on this storm. This is the only tornado warning in the state. I'm going to go ahead and zoom this out. Unfortunately, guess who's getting the outbreak now? The outbreak has shifted from Arkansas
Southeast.
right, correct, into the Kentucky area, the lower Ohio Valley. That's where the tornado outbreak is going. They've got multiple tornadoes, a couple of tornadoes on the ground up here in this area here. So all those tornado warnings are now moving into that area. Arkansas, we have one more. Give me 14 more minutes. And we've got one more on the board. And then I think we're going to be not completely done with the tornado threat. We're still going to watch some couple of things throughout the overnight hours. But as far as like the widespread tornado outbreak, catastrophic damage, all that, I think we've hit our peak, and I think we are finally starting to come down that mountain in terms of this event here. Like I said before, this is not going to be our last event here. We still got to watch tomorrow. Let's take a look real quick since we're now down to just one tornado warning. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to switch over to this. So now that we're down to just one tornado warning, it makes things a lot easier to kind of cover. I'm going to look over to the instability here. Now, this is what I love to see, okay? Outside of South Arkansas, you guys are still under the gun. Take a look at 90% of the state right now in terms of the storm fuel. It has been wiped out. If we can get, and I said I hate that we have a flooding threat, but if we can get more shower and thunderstorm development to develop overnight, this boundary that's down here will force itself down into Louisiana. There may be potential we have a break tomorrow. We'll have to see. We're gonna knock on wood and everything like that, but there may be that potential. We'll have to keep an eye on it as we move into later on here. Now, obviously, we're gonna have to watch Friday. We're gonna have to watch Saturday. Saturday looks to be another big day for us here in Arkansas. Already a level 3 on Saturday here, and I do believe Dustin or John is Friday a level 3 as well. I'm not 100% sure.
I'll look at it.
Yeah, look at it for me real quick. I could have sworn I saw it earlier that it was a level 3 on day 3. So make that make sense. A level 3 on day 3. So we'll have to see.
It is a level 3 for 90% of the state.
Okay. All right. So that's what I thought. So if we can squeeze out a break tonight and let folks kind of clean up and stuff like that before things start getting more active, I will gladly take it across the board here. Okay. So if tonight is any kind of representation of what's going to happen the next couple of days, guys, you're just going to have to stay weather aware and make sure you have a plan ready to go here. So I will say this, now that we're down to one tornado warning here, I do want to kind of make a quick PSA. Whenever we have these severe weather coverages and stuff like that, we are looking to partner up with any kind of radio station to kind of, we do what's called simulcast. And we're looking to kind of, whenever we do these live streams and stuff like that, partner up with any kind of radio station. It'll be 100% free, by the way. We're just trying to get the word out more. So if you own a radio station or you know somebody that has a radio station and stuff like that, feel free to contact us. Especially once we get later into the spring and stuff like that. I think that will really help kind of get the word out even more whenever we deal with these severe weather threats here, guys. So
not only are you talking about day 3, they've even got a day 4 level.
Yeah, that's Saturday's threat. Yep. A day 4,
yeah, so
30%.
Southeast Arkansas is going to be dealing with that one. So it is not over. We talked about this in the spring outlook that, severe weather is imminent and we could have an early start, and we did. Usually we're getting closer to Easter before we start getting these kinds of systems. But here we are in March and April getting these types of systems in Arkansas. So we should be good to go now as far as being prepared and take these things seriously. So when we tell you guys on Friday it's a level 3, go ahead and get prepared. And anything that you don't have a plan, if you don't have an emergency plan now, you need to have one as soon as you wake up in the morning.
Dustin, have I told you that you are an awesome friend?
Why is that?
Friday's event.
Yeah. Oh,
Don't go
you
look-
want me to?
Yeah, don't go look at data for Friday. Yeah.
You have chased me out of this area so many times. I'm fixing to have to move. Where north? No, let's go northwest Arkansas. Here I come. I gotta go.
Don't
somewhere.
even move
I'm
up there.
tired.
Just go to Minnesota. Oh wait, ice.
No, wait a minute. Go to Michigan. They got ice and everything else.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
This is my farewell tour to everybody. It's been nice knowing y'all. See y'all later.
Oh my goodness gracious, guys! But it's been a night. We're down, like I said, we're down at a 1 tornado warning down here in Dallas and Cleveland counties. I'm gonna go ahead and kind of take a look at this, and it looks like, just based off the rotation itself, looks like your dynamics is starting to change a lot more. I will say this too, a couple of things. This is starting to get away once it continues to move off to the northeast. It is starting to get away from that higher instability. So we'll keep an eye on it. My folks in Fordyce are traveling on Highway 79 right now, on Highway 167, Highway 79, Highway 8, excuse me, if I can talk. We're going to continue to monitor this circulation, but I swear it's a lot more easier now to cover one tornado warning than 15 tornado warnings here. So
and no matter how many people you have in the studio or in the field or remote, when you have this many things going on at one time, it can absolutely get crazy, overwhelming, and confusing.
Yes. Yes. So I am going to continue to monitor the storm. John, have you heard anything now that you can focus on the Shreveport side of things, not having to go through Little Rock and Memphis? And
so Little Rock says they're going to reissue something.
Okay.
Fordyce, what's going on in Fordyce?
It says they updated the severe thunderstorm warning that they tornado possible and canceled Jefferson, Lincoln Prairie. They're continuing Arkansas and Monroe.
Okay, so
that's at
so they're
4
fixing to reissue something here momentarily.
Okay.
Let me see if I can get some more information on it.
Okay. So what they'll probably end up doing is they'll probably continue the tornado warning into Cleveland and into Lincoln County, and then we will go from there here, guys.
Now, Cameron, I don't know when this report, but at 8:59, if you look at Shreveport, they said that there is a public photo of a tornado near Lake Columbia. I'm looking at Shreveport on here and trying to pull up and see when that was, but it says that in Columbia that they have photo of a tornado near Lake Columbia in Columbia County.
Goodness gracious. A report of a tornado down there in Columbia County?
Yeah, if you look at MBOT and go to Shreveport radar,
Yeah.
that's where it pulled up, and the top deal, it just popped up about 10 minutes ago.
Goodness, that don't surprise me because it was confirmed earlier on down there in Southwest Arkansas. So, just going to have to continue to monitor, guys. That's something that we'll have to... the surveys that are going to be coming out later on is going to be crazy. And like I said, it's unfortunately, I'm looking at data over here, and it just, for Friday's event, not tomorrow, but Friday, and especially Saturday, we're going to have more severe weather to talk about here, and there could be more of a threat of a tornado threat here in Arkansas across the board here. So something that, you're going to have to watch this very closely here. And I know our team's going to be wiped out by the time we get towards Friday. But hopefully tomorrow.
You realize Friday is only going to be 1 week since we started all of this, right?
I know. I'm fully aware. Hopefully tomorrow we can get a good amount of rain to suppress that boundary. Won't have to worry about it here, but unfortunately, a boundary is going to come back to the north tomorrow night. And that's what's going to, what?
Yeah, so that tornado warning they just issued was for Cleveland, Dallas, Lincoln, and Calhoun County.
Yeah, and it's going to go until 10 o'clock. So if you need to hop off, you can. I got it from here. Because this is just, it's like I said, it's much easier carrying one tornado warning versus a billion. So that'll be up to you whenever you're ready to head back. So right now, tornado warning has been extended into Cleveland County. It's going to go for the rise in the Star City area, we'll keep an eye on this. Let me go ahead and go over to the area of rotation. You can see it's clear as day. We're going to go ahead and put a track on this real quickly here. Go ahead and do this. So it's going to be right here. It's going to continue to move off towards north and east. I'm going to go about 60 miles per hour, mile a minute. So Kingsland, the Horizon area, Woodland, over towards Star City, and the Grady area. If you know anyone in these areas, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this current time here, okay? So
now, Cameron, stop me if
go
you've
ahead.
heard this before. Stop me if you've heard this before, okay? But they are issuing out of Memphis, issuing a severe thunderstorm warning and a flash flood warning over there in Crittenden, Lee, and Phillips and St. Francis. So everything that just came across all that area is still under severe thunderstorm warning, but now has issued a flash flood warning for those areas.
Goodness gracious, man. Those poor folks and those ones that just got hit is having to deal with a flooding threat and everything like that here. So we'll have to continue to monitor here. Let me go ahead and switch this back over. My poor radar is absolutely tired here. Give me a second. Let me do this and go back.
Is it just the radar?
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. I'm about as exhausted as anybody else can get, along with the rest of the team.
Sure.
So you don't have to worry about that. But sometimes you just got to push along to make sure that people are staying safe. So we'll continue to monitor this. It's gonna be Highway 79, Highway 63, Highway 425, and the Highway 65 over here. So anyone in these areas, continue to monitor the situation. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Get to that lowest level of your home immediately. I am starting to get a little more concerned that this thing is starting to show a good amount of rotation. That is right there along Highway 79. Also, Highway 189 up here as well. Highway 35, and then Highway 114 here. So we're going to continue to monitor this very, very closely. And we're going to put the track here. So it looks like there's some strong rotation actually starting to get going near Kingsland. Put a track on this real fast. I'll clock it at about, let's go 40, just go around. Kingsland about 918, Woodland 941, and then the Star City area around 957 this evening here, guys. So we're going to have to continue to monitor it very, 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 very closely here. And I'm going to zoom this out and go ahead and do this. And that's going to be it here, guys. So that's going to be the only tornado warning storm in the state. Looks like it's trying to... This is weird because it looks like it's trying to get itself more organized, but the problem is your southwest Florida loft is shearing apart.
They just issued another tornado warning right behind it.
Yeah, so that's going to be okay. So pretty much that's going to go until. Let me double check that real fast. That's going to go
until. Wow, I don't see where it says on here until it don't have it. Hey, I'll check into that.
Okay, so there's two of them right now because there's one that's went till 9:15, and then there's the other that's till 10 o'clock. So the 9:15 one is going to be replaced. Yeah,
they're going to allow that one to expire.
Yeah, they're going to allow that one to expire. And then there's just going to be that one until 10 o'clock here. So Grady, Star City, Woodland. Let's see here. That's going to be Highway 114, Highway 35. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself, the outside as possible. Get to that lowest level of your home immediately at this current time here. So let me see here. Double checking a couple of things. Yeah, I saw that.
That's right there. I thought. Yeah. You need to leave my area alone. We are tired of severe weather.
Okay, to be transparent with you, Friday's event looks to be a little bit further to the west than you. So we'll give you a break on Friday, but it goes to our folks over there in western northwest Arkansas that have seen. I think everybody needs a break right now here. I'm not a fan of cold weather, but I am looking forward to that cold spell that we've got coming up right before Easter here in Arkansas because we need a break from severe weather.
We don't need no cold weather. I don't need a jacket in here all day.
No, shoot.
It won't be long. We'll be turning the AC down to 50 degrees.
He's got it down cold in here. It's snowing.
It's snowing. Hey, as hot as it was today, did you see that heat index?
Oh, it was crazy. 90 degrees in some areas.
Oh, that was brutal, man. And keep in mind, that's in April. I hate to see it when it's in May or in June or July here, guys. So yeah, we just like I said right now. Yeah, go ahead.
There is a good question. I just wanted you to look at, say, people down there in our Camden area want to know if it's starting to recycle a little bit, or if what it's looking like down there. So if you kind of just pull that one back up real quick.
Yep, we got it. So right now, this is the only tornado warning in the state, so we can kind of focus on this a lot more. This one is a weird one because it looks like it's trying to start back rotating. I have to keep an eye on this. Let me go over to your lowest. Oh, that radar feed is so bad down here, man. Right in here. It looks like it's trying to get itself going. I'm going to switch this over to base velocity real quickly here. And looks like things are starting to try to get going. I'm going to go over to... I have to go back to the dual radar real quickly here. I'm going to have to take this off.
That is in one of the worst spots it could be.
Yeah, 1,000%. Let me see something real quick. So I'm gonna turn off that radar. I'm gonna take off 2, and then that's gonna be NORAD. So it's gonna be this one right here. So right now there's the tornado warning storm. I'm gonna go over to Little Rock's radar because it's out of.
Now it does say a tree was reported on top of a house along Columbia Avenue in Camden.
Oh wow!
Thunderstorm wind damage. They are not calling it a tornado at this point, but they do say that the wind did blow over a tree on a house in Camden.
Okay. Right now, this is what we call that tornado debris tracker, pretty much like what you guys saw earlier when it went through Monette and stuff like that. It was all maxed out, purple, not really seeing those returns. That's about a 70-80% chance right in here, just south of Kingsland. Let's go to your NORAD real quick. It does show a good amount of mid-level rotation. So we'll have to keep an eye on it here. I do see it. The problem is this rotation is so disorganized near the Kingsland and the Cleveland area here, just south of Rising. So we'll keep an eye on it. Right now, like I said before, not really seeing any debris that's being lofted up in the atmosphere or anything like that. That just confirms that there's not a tornado. But the NORAD is showing here. It's the newest scan of the NORAD. Looks like there's some rotation trying to get going. There's some false radar echoes down here. Near the Rising area. Looks like it's trying to get going. It's kind of, I think what we would call this kind of like a multi-vortice type situation here. That's what I thought. Looks like you've got one that's trying to get going just west of Kingsland, and you have another that's trying to get going just to the south and west of it. So that's a situation, like I said before, it's just right now, perfectly called tornado warning. It's going to go for our folks down here in Cleveland County. And then it's going to continue to move to the north and east here. So I'm going to go ahead and put a track here. It's going to be for this area.
It's got some intense lightning going on in there.
Yeah, I see that. I'm going to go ahead and put the track on there. So we're just going to leave it with this here, guys. I'm going to go back over to the main way that we look at the radar here to kind of more of a focused area. And this is pretty much it. So we're just going to kind of hang tight. John?
Nice. It's got the strobes going on over here.
Oh, yeah. I see that. Oh man! So
I just did a zoom out of the state and looking up at all of these tornado warnings because there was a tornado observed in Tennessee. As we're talking about, it's moving, east of us and into western Tennessee, and there are tornado warnings all the way up into Indiana and Illinois.
Yep. So this has been a very. I know I keep repeating this. This has been a very long evening here. There was some doubt earlier, and I was like, oh, we got to get about our line of storms coming in, and, maybe this will wipe out the entire environment. Nope. Skynesia, Arkansas, supercells blew up and ended up being an outbreak here, guys. So
tell me about it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Also, Kim, yes, I have 8. I'm good. I literally, so here's what's the funny part about that. I literally ate right before everything took off.
Oh, I forgot to eat.
So, well.
Yeah, I know my pizza's getting cold.
There you go. Oh my goodness! Did you see the pizza? Goodness.
Yeah, my wife made pizza for supper tonight, and I got two pizzas sitting in there waiting on me. They're kind of cold. The shelter kind of called my name before.
I'd put them in the oven. They're cold. So yeah, Kim's just trying to make sure that we're just we're all good. I keep this around, keep it hydrated and stuff like that. We're good, especially when you have these long live streams
Hey,
like this here. So what you got?
Red Bull.
Oh,
you got my sugar-free root beer.
There you go, man. Hey, I got a Coke Zero. That's all I've got. And like I said, I ate before we went live here, guys. So we're good. You gotta have a little bit of comic relief here. Hang on. Since both of y'all are taking sips, I get to take a sip after that nightmare up there in northeastern Arkansas. So we're good. So right now I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of leave it here. This is the only storm in the state right now that's tool worn. I mean, we've got these up here near Arkansas County, and then all these up here that are mainly a wind threat here, guys. But I'm just, like I said before, just watching this situation very closely. I'm gonna go ahead and get off of this and go over to the national.
And we
radar.
are
There we go.
stuck around about 35,000 or so without power.
Man, now what do you have the power outage?
It
website?
is the majority.
Where's the
Let's see,
majority of
in
them are?
Izard County in northeast Arkansas, and then the majority of them are in Prairie County in southeast Arkansas and Arkansas County in southeast Arkansas.
Where that tornado
Northeast
went
Arkansas Northeast Arkansas has some decent amounts of some decent areas that have amounts of power outages, but there's most of it is down there in southeastern Arkansas, and they have taken the brunt of the power outages.
Man, I will tell you this. Good
Check the
heavens.
front door.
Do what?
I'm gonna go check the door.
Okay, yeah, go check the door. So, there is a lot going on right now, especially up here in Tennessee, into Kentucky. Look at all of these tornado warnings up here right now, folks. And this is not just us here in Arkansas. We've got folks here in Arkansas have family and friends that live in this area. This is a nocturnal tornado outbreak ongoing up here. Look at how many warnings you have up here right now. You take away the one that you have in South Arkansas, these are 15 tornado warnings right now, from Kentucky all the way down to Western Tennessee up into the Indiana area here. So,
And it said they already had observed tornadoes in Tennessee and knocking down buildings and everything else. So, it's not just us. There's people are good friends in Tennessee. I know some people in Halls, Dyersburg area, Tennessee. So I try to text and see if anybody could check and making sure on them. But folks, it's not just us. It's Tennessee's dealing with this as well.
good.
Said it came by them in Tennessee, but no damage, but their power is out.
Yeah. So here's
I'm
what I'm
glad
going
they're
to do
safe.
for just a little bit. I'm going to loop this through. I said we are still paying attention to that tornado warning down there in South Arkansas. We haven't lost any kind of guard on that. I'm going to show you guys the loop over the last 6 hours here. So this started at 4 o'clock. Look at how many warnings you had throughout that entire stretch. That is absolutely crazy. Because like I said, I was getting concerned right around 4 o'clock about these cells that were coming up from southeastern Arkansas, coming up into northeastern Arkansas. And we said those cells were going to be capable of producing lone tracked and violent tornadoes here. And that's what happened here up there in northeastern Arkansas right around 7 o'clock this evening here. And then that activity has completely just moved into the Kentucky area, West Tennessee, etc. Lots of flash flood warnings here. And like I said before, we're still monitoring this particular tornado warning down here in I'm tongue-tied because I'm tired. Southeastern Arkansas and the Kingsland area, the Rising area, and also the Woodland area at this current time here. Okay, so
Now, Cam, if you want to also, I'm not trying to interrupt what you're doing, but want to zoom out just a little bit and do a statewide look at, and if you can take off all the other warnings except for the flood warnings and the flood reports and things like that, and look, it is a statewide flooding event as far as warnings and everything else goes, and that's why I keep harping on this so bad, is that there's people out there on the roadways tonight, and there's people that know people who got to get up and go to work in the morning. Make sure that you are paying attention to these flooded roadways, because it is going to continue all night and tomorrow as well.
Yeah. So what you got, John?
You know, he was just talking about those. It's actually going to be going through Friday, Saturday. You know, these rivers and these streams and these low-lying areas are going to be saturated with water.
Yeah. So that's like.
How long ago was it that Pocahontas? I mean, the Walmart and everything flooded. It wasn't that long back.
Wasn't that long back. It was a couple. I think it was.
Well, they had three floodings within a 5-year period.
Yeah. So man, that's rough. So biggest thing is, like I said, those that are in Cleveland County right now in the Rising area. I'm gonna go ahead and zoom this down. That's gonna be right there along Highway 35, Highway 63. Anyone in this area, make sure they're taking their tornado precautions immediately. Let's go ahead and back over to our rotation detection real quickly here. And this is going to be it right here. The area of rotation is still as clear as day. I'm going to go back over to our dual radar so you guys kind of see what's going on here. So it looks like this is a very disorganized mess. You got area of rotation here now just southeast of Fordyce. You've got one near Rising. It looks like what's going on here is this was a supercell structured storm. And now your environment is changing so much and becoming more of what we call a southwest flow. So your storm system is actually kind of broadening itself out. So you're getting all these rotations, just kind of like you've got one here, and one other here, stuff like that. So the tornado warning obviously still remains in effect here for the right reason. But as long as this continues to be the issue, continues to be the deal, and we, don't get a defined area of circulation, this is eventually going to rain itself out, and I think we will start to kind of go on that downward spiral with the tornado threat here in Arkansas. So, man, oh man, that is rough. I'm just seeing photos right now coming out from Lake City. And those areas up there in northeastern Arkansas, it's just been a chaotic night for those folks up there at this camp, and with those folks up there with that event here. And John, I hope we don't have any fatalities. I haven't heard anything in terms of that, which is great news. But I have heard about the injuries, especially up there. I think what was it, in the Monette area, Lake City. Lake City was the one that had some injuries. Had some injuries.
Yes.
So.
Monette.
Worst time possible to close that door. So yeah, it's just people coming up to we're in the studio right now. Got the cleaning crew coming and stuff like that. The worst time possible. Gotta make sure they stay on their toes. So, but
I didn't know what was going on. I heard a train coming through the building. I didn't know.
Oh wow, yeah. So yeah, I was gonna say if you can crack that door so the sound doesn't.
You want me to crack it or close it?
Close it. Look, I'm tired. Okay, I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning. I'm tired. There you go. All right, so
man, Cameron, I'm just looking up data here, and went to Lake City's Facebook page, and people talking about it, where there's people's been there and showing videos and taking pictures of this. It is massive, and a massive amounts of damage that happened to Lake City earlier today, and I mean, it's just pray for those folks that they can get back going, and that so they, when they wake up in the morning daylight, that they can get everything kind of situated back together, and just like Arkansas does with every storm, that we can be neighbors helping neighbors, and I said they don't need a flood of people getting in the way, but they do need people praying for them, and if we get to a point where we can know what they need as far as supplies, I know that we here at Arkansas Weather Watchers will definitely be there to be able to help them and get that information out to everybody as well.
Goodness gracious, man, oh man. And like I said, unfortunately, I would love this to be a one and done event where we're doing all the post storm stuff tomorrow and everything like that. But unfortunately, we're probably going to have another live stream tomorrow to talk about the threat for severe weather as we move into your Friday time frame and into your Saturday time frame. So just like I said, right now we're just kind of hanging tight, seeing what this tornado warning storm is doing. Looks like it's got a good amount of rotation with it right now. What is National Weather Service in Little Rock? They haven't said anything.
They're probably taking a break. I'm not sure.
I don't blame them. After tonight,
their radar may be tired too.
Oh yeah.
So there's just a bunch of stuff going on in Tennessee. This whole system is moving to the east. Tennessee and Mississippi has got some warnings going on over there, so they're going to continue that. The biggest thing right now is we're getting storm spotters, ham radio operators that are reporting water over the roadways. This is not in any specific area, but there just continues to be that water that's covering the roadways that people don't need to be driving through that. And it looks like we believe a new tornado will be needed at some point. Looks like it's pretty well. Oh, okay, so it's undercut. So yeah.
Yeah. So.
And that's another thing that makes it so much better is the reports are coming in a whole lot slower. I know there for a while, I mean, you could not even, it's like refreshing a page constantly. They were just constant updates. And it's good to finally see things slow down and, and not have so many, reports of everything every time you turned around and be able to only have one true warning on the board.
Mm-hmm. So, that's pretty much it, guys. At least for right now, we're gonna watch this. Unless there's a chaser nearby or something like that, I know it's 9:30 at night, so you're not really gonna see anything. That's a pretty strong amount of rotation. I don't know if it's their radar. You know what, guys? Hey, you know what? It might be beneficial for me and for everybody that's watching this right now. If I is that Memphis's radar or if it's that Little Rock's? Okay, I was watching Little Rock. Okay, I thought this was Memphis's radar, and I was like, you know what? I think that might be helpful if I change the radar. So, but yeah,
if you're trying to watch Western Arkansas with Memphis radar, buddy, you do need to go get some sleep.
Yeah. So, but no, this is Little Rock's radar here. It looks like it's got a good amount of rotation. I'm gonna go down to the lowest level real quickly here, and John, I don't know if you're. Let me go over here because it looks like on my end, this is a very strong area of rotation. Right now here, that is just to the south of Kingsland in this particular area. So we're gonna have to see. I mean, right now we'll keep an eye on a couple of things here. Tornado warning obviously still remains in effect, but you got an area of rotation here. You got another area up here near the Glendale area, the community of Glendale. That's just to the west of Star City, by the way. I do believe is that 530? Yeah, that's just south of 530. Keep an eye on this, Star City. Any interest south of Pine Bluff need to be taking their tornado precautions. Also for those over near Grady, the Gold area, Dumas. Keep an eye on this storm. This continues to push off towards the north and east here. So we'll watch this situation very, very closely here. Let me go over to this real quickly. So yeah, someone commented that there was a power outage in Kingsland earlier on here. So that would have been with this particular storm system that pushed through. Now that I'm looking at the current radar, it does not look nowhere near as impressive as it did before. It looks like things are starting to kind of fade out. So we'll have to watch the situation closely here. Right now, looks
that's
like
something.
Yeah, go ahead. What you got?
No, that's something else too. I was told this earlier, and I'd forgotten about it, and then looked at. I don't know if y'all talked about it earlier. Did you see where there was a train that was blown over in Bay?
I saw that. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. And like Jeff Baskin said earlier on, the meteorologist we have on staff, by the way, like he said earlier on, that one was more than likely a violent tornado, like your EF3 plus violent tornadoes here. And we don't use those. We don't use that lightly here, guys. We don't scream like, oh hey, this is gonna be a catastrophic tornado. It's gonna wipe off everything off the face of the earth and stuff like that. We don't scream that unless there is undisputable evidence that this thing is on the ground. I mean, that debris ball, Dustin, I know you were in shelter. That debris ball was huge earlier on up there in northeastern Arkansas. So it's like, we don't say that kind of stuff unless it is truthful, and we have to get that message out here, guys. So, fortunately, we're just, those that are watching right now, you're probably wondering why we talk about other things. The one in Cleveland County right now, that tornado warning storm, I've got a feeling, I haven't heard anything in terms of anything on the ground or anything like that. I've got a strong feeling this is going to move into a more cooler environment up here in Arkansas County, because that storm that went through earlier on I think it's going to move into that environment, and I think that's going to kind of wipe this rotation out. And then that's it, guys. Like, I don't see anything else. Obviously, we'll keep an eye on things tonight, but, you know, I think that's pretty much it. And what I'll probably end up doing, guys, is, you know, I'll probably go back to our backup studio, you know, for the overnight hours, kind of get some rest, get ready for tomorrow. I'll probably come back up here tomorrow, and probably tomorrow afternoon and stuff like that to kind of go over what to expect for your Friday and your Saturday time frame. But we're gonna kind of double check and make sure. But right now, I think that's pretty much
I
it.
think
Like,
what that's
really
happening
picked up
is
outside
that,
again. Yeah, go ahead.
is that storm starting to get elevated because that hell core is starting to pick up just northeast of Rising, and
Yes,
it's
sir.
coming into, like you're talking about, Woodruff County, and then going into, you know, Arkansas County. That is starting to have a worked over atmosphere, so that is going to have a lot harder time to get going, but it still will produce a lot of heavy rainfall as well as could produce some large hail.
Yeah, so it looks like right now, and we can look at this, you can see all that heavy rain starting to move into the area. You hear the thunder and the lightning picking up. That is all that heavy rain moving into our area here, guys. So, where did you park, by the way, on the street or in on the parking deck?
The parking garage.
The parking garage. Beautiful. Okay,
But I will say that we're going to kill the tornado warning and replace it with the severe thunderstorm warning.
okay.
So we've got that coming out. So they just issued that thunderstorm warning for that area.
There it is.
We're watching the rotation near Horseshoe Lake. This is going to be in the Hughes area.
That's over here. That's that Horseshoe Lake. That's going to be over here. That's
So that's
moving.
not gonna-
That's moving into Tennessee.
Yeah.
So that's
Okay.
going to be a Tennessee issue, and this warning has been, they're going to kill, as you heard firsthand from us, National Weather Service, they're going to kill that tornado warning, and they're going to replace it with a broad severe thunderstorm warning. We're done, guys. We're done. We're done. We have we have gotten through what has been a very, very, very active. I think we are now almost to 4 hours of tornado warning coverage across our area here. So, good job tonight, guys. Y'all did an amazing job across the board. You know, just right now, we're going to keep an eye on a couple of things here. We're going to let that tornado warning, they're going to kill it. So, 100% they're going to kill it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and zoom this out and kind of give everybody a heads up, kind of a perspective on what to expect throughout the overnight hours here, okay? So, I'm going to go over to here. John, let me know if anything urgent comes up. And we're going to do this real fast here, okay? So, I'm going to go from about, let's go, give me just a second here.
So they just canceled that tornado warning
They
for
just
Cleveland, Dallas, Lincoln, and Calhoun.
Yep, tornado warning has been canceled. Beautiful. All right, guys. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna do a quick, just a quick run over, real fast, of what to expect throughout the overnight hours. I'm gonna go ahead and go to here, and give me just 1 second. I did not mean to do that. I meant to do. This is gonna be your cloud cover right here. There we go. And then this is gonna be your reflectivity. There we go, guys. All right. So we're gonna do this. I'm gonna let this kind of loop through. And this is what to expect throughout the overnight hours here, guys. Okay, so give it just a second. It's going to loop through, and this is going to be it. Okay, so right now, that tornado warning has been allowed to expire. They have canceled it. So here's what to expect. This is 10 o'clock coming up. A lot of shower and thunderstorm activity. That activity will continue throughout the overnight hours tonight. And a good amount of rainfall coming our way as we move into tomorrow here. The more I look at this, the more I think we're going to have a break tomorrow. I think there's just going to be too much cloud cover in place, a lot of shower thunderstorm activity. We'll keep an eye on that southern part of the state. But right now, I think we're going to be good to go as we move into tomorrow here. A lot of heavy rainfall coming our way. But just looking at things right now, I want to say, and I can look at the storm fuel as well, I think we're going to be good to go as we move into tomorrow. As a matter of fact, we'll go to let's go to noon tomorrow. It's going to be coming up here in just a second. And let's go to noon tomorrow here. And there's your boundary. So obviously, We'll keep an eye on that far southern corner down here, obviously from Mount Monticello, Eldo, etc. But it looks like the majority of the state tomorrow will have a break. However, showers and thunderstorms will be likely across the area. Flooding will be a problem across the board here. And then I'm going to show you guys this. This is going to be for your Friday time frame, which is going to be the 4th. Let's go to 2 o'clock in the afternoon here, and you notice your instability comes back to the north as you move into your Friday time frame here. We'll have more on that as we move into tomorrow. So, John, unless you've got something else you need to add real quick?
I don't. I think the tornado that touched down and that we watched all the way from Poinsett County coming into Harrisburg through Greenfield, going to Bay. So we're getting a lot of reports and a lot of photos, a lot of videos coming in through that area where we had a small tornado come through the Bay area, done some damage in the area, took out some power lines, knocked over the train and things like that. Then as it moved over 158 through Bay going into the Bowman Lake City area, then the tornado intensified rapidly. It became a huge destructive tornado. So then it moved out of that area going into the Monette area. As it began to weaken, we did continue to have damage through the Monette area. Luckily, we just had just a handful of injuries in the area. We don't have any reports of fatalities. But it's still an unfortunate event because there's people been displaced.
Yeah, exactly.
We talked about this earlier where things are going to happen now over the next couple of days where as we go in to clean up, this rain, all the water coming from the sky is not going to help. So we'll see what happens when the National Weather comes out and does a survey work in the next day or two, see what they report on that, and we'll get the official report on how many tornadoes were touched down across Arkansas. It's probably going to take them a little while of time to get all that information out, but be looking forward to those reports to see actually those official reports.
And I worry about this too because you have a tornado threat on Friday and a tornado threat on Saturday, and if it's anything like it was today, those in that same area is under the same gun. How are you going to be able to separate tonight's damage from what could potentially happen on Friday and Saturday, along with the flooding potential here? So that's going to make it very tricky and very difficult for the survey crew that goes out in the National Weather Service to go out and try to figure out where exactly those tornadoes touch down and everything like that here. So I'm going to stress this, my folks that are listening to this right now, be patient with the National Weather Service because, tomorrow's not going to be a blue sunny day across the state. It's just not going to be like that. You're going to have a lot of heavy rainfall, a lot of thunderstorms. It's going to sound like severe weather tomorrow, but these are all going to be elevated storms. So what that means is that you're gonna have what's called elevated instability. Basically, you're gonna have a front. You saw it earlier with the instability. Your frontal boundary is gonna be pushed down into South Arkansas. For our sake, let's get that down to Louisiana. I hate for Louisiana to take the brunt with this. Somebody's gonna have to take the brunt. But if we can get this down south of the Arkansas-Louisiana border, the entire state takes a break tomorrow. We have a lot of heavy rainfall, and then we're done. But at least for tomorrow. But obviously Friday and Saturday, we're still going to have to monitor. We are planning on doing another live stream tomorrow night to kind of talk about your Friday and Saturday time frame, regardless of what happens tomorrow. But I think for myself, John.
So just one last thing as we try to wrap things up tonight. As these storms continue to move to the east out of the area. We do have a couple of thunderstorm warnings going on, so we want to make sure that we keep a guard up for that.
100%.
But the biggest thing is over the next 24 hours is going to be that flash flood warning. So we're going to have those flash flooding going on. Make sure, folks, that you turn around, don't drown. We don't want to cross those streams where you can't see the road. Dustin said it really good earlier. It's just like a sleet of ice. So if you drive through that, it's going to lift your car up, and it's not going to be a good thing.
So that's pretty much it. Radar updates are going to continue on the page throughout tonight. Highly recommend you guys check out our 24/7 channel on Roku, Fire TV, and on YouTube. It's going to sound like severe weather tonight. I want to make that crystal clear. It's going to sound like severe weather for tonight here, but we have gotten rid of all the tornado warnings on the board. We have transitioned over to more of a flooding and wind threat and hail threat now. Radar updates are going to continue. Like I said before, be patient with us, be nice, and we're gonna keep you guys updated. Okay, so from myself, from John, from Jeff Baskin, our entire forecast and moderator team, y'all did an amazing job. Y'all did a hell of a job tonight, dealing with the comments, dealing with the questions, dealing with the reports, and all the other stuff. Y'all did a great job tonight here, guys. So other than that, I think that's pretty much it, guys. And like I said before, if anything urgent comes up, I'm going to be transitioning from this studio to our backup studio, so that way I get some rest and be ready for what's coming up the next couple of days here, guys. But other than that, I think that's pretty much it. So we'll continue to keep you guys updated around your source for all things Arkansas weather. Said just 1 second room here, making sure that we're good to go. All right, so we're good to go, guys. There's a tornado warning down here. That's going to be just to the south and east of Stuttgart. Looks like we should be back online on YouTube. Roku and Fire TV, we had an incident where the bandwidth was used after all the tornado warnings we had up there in Northeast Arkansas. So if you're watching this on Fire TV or Roku, you may not be able to see this. I'm not sure how. I just got back to the other studio here, so I'm not really sure what's going on right now with that here. So give me just a second. Let me do a couple of things here. So it's gonna be somewhere in here. I have to find it later, but right now the tornado warning is gonna go just southeast of Stuttgart at this time. I'm trying to find something real fast on the fly. So give me just a moment here. I found it, and we should be good to go here. Okay, so let me go over to this one here. For some reason, it switched over from that one to this one. This one's much better. All right, so that's going to be the area of concern. We're going to have to keep an eye on here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the rotation real quickly here. Broad rotation, once again, it's going to be just to the south and east of the DeWitt area. I'm going to pull up the road network here, coming up in just a second, and we're going to take a look at this here, guys. So the area of rotation right now is going to be right on Highway 152. This is southeast of Stuttgart, just to the north and east of the Gillette area, south of St. Charles. It's going to be moving to the northeast here. So anyone in these areas need to be taking their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this current time here, okay? So I'm checking Discord. Give me just 1 second. I understand. I know this is kind of a last-second issue here. I know we got the tornado warning in place right now. So just keeping an eye on everything here. So let me see here. I'm going to check the upper south. Like I said, we're good. Okay, so let me double check that real quickly here. I'm not seeing any reports right now, and which is really good news. Let me double check, make sure we're good. Okay. All right. So I'm not seeing anything that's confirmed right now, but my folks are along Highway 152, just to the east of Highway 152. This is also going to be State Highway 17. If you know anyone in these areas that need to be taking their tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and get to that lowest level of your home immediately. This is going to go for Poplar Grove over here, Helena, West Helena, the LaGrange area here. This is in far southeastern Arkansas. Let me make this crystal clear. Let's take a look at current radar right now. Everybody in central Arkansas, I fully understand that it sounds loud right now. We're not expecting any additional tornadic activity in central Arkansas this evening here. I want to make that crystal clear for everybody across the board here, okay? I'm going to turn off the state one, and I'm just going to focus on the county ones here. But right now, this is the only tornado warning storm in the state right now. This is just to the south and east of DeWitt, southwest of Helena, moving to the north and east here, guys. So anyone in the path of this storm needs to be taking their tornado precautions immediately. This tornado warning is going to go until 11:15, so it's not going to last long. But the storm is moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. So it is not wasting any time moving to the north and east here. So Helena, West Helena, St. Charles coming up at 11 o'clock, the Marvel area at 11:17, over towards LaGrange at 11:29, and then Helena right around 11:30 here. So anyone in these areas need to be taking their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this current time here. Okay, so just double checking a couple of things here. I think right now I haven't seen any reports or anything like that this is on the ground, which is great news. But right now we are going to continue to monitor this situation very closely. Power outages right now are through the roof. 29,000 customers without power right now. I also know that things sound loud in central Arkansas right now and elsewhere across the state. This is the only tornado warning in Arkansas right now, and it's going to be down here in southeastern Arkansas. So if you know anyone in these areas, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Get to that lowest level of your home immediately at this time. Okay, so let me go ahead and zoom in. First of all, by the way, if you recognize the scenery change, this is a backup studio. This is the kind of studio that I can go to relax and just kind of get some rest for the next couple of days here. Then we have our primary studio in downtown Little Rock here. So right now we're just running things off the backup because we only have one tornado warning in the state right now, and that's just going to go for Arkansas County here. So what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to, if my computer will work with me here, I'm going to go ahead and turn on the counties. There we go. So you guys can kind of see where this is in perspective to the location here. So the tornado warning right now is in Arkansas County. It is moving to the north and east here. So Phillips County and southeastern Lee County. If you know anyone in these areas, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and get to that lowest center part of your home immediately at this time. St. Charles, I'm going to go ahead and do this as well. I'm going to pull up the county roads. Should be coming up here in just a second. And for some reason, the county roads are not wanting to pop up with me here. So give me just a moment, guys. And we're going to get that taken care of here. I'm not sure why the county roads are not wanting to pop up here, but we'll go from there. All right, so this is going to be right there on Highway 17 in southeast Arkansas. That's, for those that are wondering, it's just to the east of the DeWitt area here. Tornado warning still remains in effect. Good amount of broad rotation here. That is along Highway 17. It's going to continue to move off towards the north and east here. Folks in Helena, West Helena, we're going to continue to monitor this situation here. They may continue this tornado warning. But right now, just based off of what I'm looking at here, this is moving very, 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 very quickly to the north and east here. So, and also there's a lot of activity up here. This is going to continue to be the issue overnight. A lot of rain, a lot of thunderstorm activity is going to move to the north here. So if you know anyone in these areas, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this current time here, guys. Okay, so like I said before, it's something that we're going to continue to monitor very, very closely here. The storm that I said before, moving into Phillips County. Looks like they have shrunk that tornado warning from where it was earlier on. Now, let's zoom this out. Multiple flash flood warnings are starting to pop up now, by the way, for our folks in eastern and southeastern Arkansas. That will continue to be the trend throughout the evening and into the overnight hours tonight. Biggest thing that I want to stress is first thing tomorrow morning, a lot of people are got to go to work, they got to go to school, etc. They make sure that anyone in these areas that they're aware of the flooding potential here. Make sure that you turn around and do not drown in that situation here, guys. Okay, but to repeat, tornado warning still remains in effect until 11:15 this evening. They may end up canceling this tornado warning. We're going to see. The area of rotation is just not as strong as it was when it was coming out of Arkansas County. It's still pretty broad. Matter of fact, let me double check something real quick. Tornado warning still remains in effect. There we go. So there's the area of rotation, still pretty broad in nature. Right there along Highway 17. It's going to continue to move out towards north and east. I'm going to change the track of this. So it's going to be moving in this general direction here, guys. So anyone in this area here, that's the Helena, West Helena area, moving into Mississippi, along the Mississippi River. Make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions immediately at this current point here. So they dropped Lincoln County. Let me go ahead and double check something real fast here. They dropped Lincoln County from the tornado warning. Continues for Arkansas and Monroe at this point. Okay, so Lincoln County, the tornado warning has been dropped. This still continues for Arkansas and Monroe counties at this current time here. Okay, so to repeat, tornado warning in place for Arkansas and Phillips County. Let's just take a look statewide right now here. Because like I said, there's a lot of people that are anxious. You know, we just got through dealing with a tornado outbreak tonight. This is what we've got across the board here. So Phillips County, Arkansas County, Monroe County, continue to take your tornado precautions. And I think that's pretty much it in terms of the state. Everybody else is pretty much done for this event. But this is going to be a massive flooding event as we move into late tonight, into the first part of your Thursday morning here. So just kind of keep that in mind. But for my folks that are in Helena, the Elaine area here, that is along the Mississippi River, make sure that you are taking your tornado precautions immediately at this time here. So we're going to zoom down. I'm not sure why my county roads are not pulling up, but we can get that taken care of here. So give me just 1 second. I see why now. Okay, there we go. That's why the county roads did not pop up here. So we're going to go back over to that area of rotation. Still continues to look broadened out than it was before. Right now, looks like it's going to be, let's call it, give me 1 second, Refuge Road here, that's Highway 17. The Bliss Road over here, that's going to be, that's the county line. This is going to be Phillips Road 14 in the direct path. But it looks like, based off of what I'm seeing, the area of rotation is becoming a lot more broadened out than they were before. So something that we will continue to monitor very, very closely. It continues to push off towards the north and east here. So Helena, West Helena, make sure you take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to that lowest level of your home immediately at this current time here. Okay, so right now I have not seen anything in terms of anything being on the ground or anything like that. Just making sure at this point. But right now, let me see here. I'm not seeing anything hiding or anything like that. If you've heard anything, I haven't seen anything in terms of any damage, which is great news. But we're going to continue to kind of keep an eye on the situation here at this point. So tornado warning remains in effect. Still, the rotation looks very, very broad compared to what it looked like before here. So hiding, let me double check and make sure. Haven't seen any reports, which is great news. We're going to continue to kind of monitor the situation here. But right now, anyone in the path of this, that's going to be for Phillips County, Arkansas County. Make sure you take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. And get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this current time here. Okay, so we're going to zoom this out. Okay, and I want to kind of give you guys a perspective of what's going on here. So Arkansas tornado event is coming to an end. Further to the north and east, unfortunately, this is becoming a nocturnal tornado outbreak for our folks up here in the Ohio Valley. Multiple tornado warnings continue up here. This is just something that we're going to have to continue to monitor as it continues to move off towards the north and east here, guys. And also, I may have to break away for just a second just to make sure that we are properly set up and everything like that here. So if I do break away, I apologize. But I'm not going anywhere right now. Just take it easy, relax. We got you covered here. But my folks that live along Highway 17, this is quickly going to be moving out of Arkansas, and it's going to be moving across the Mississippi River a little bit after 11 o'clock. And then it's going to be pushing into Mississippi, Mississippi, moving across the Mississippi River and into Mississippi at this current time here, guys. Okay, so I haven't seen anything, just double checking everything right now. No news is great news here. And also, I don't have John because John is traveling back because we had all the tornado warnings clear out. He's traveling back up to northeastern Arkansas here. So I haven't heard anything. Heidi, if you've heard anything, no one's heard anything in terms of any reports or anything like that, which is great news. This is just a radar indicated area of rotation. It's just along Highway 17 over here, just to the west of Mellowwood, southwest of Elaine, and then also southwest of Helena at this current time here. We'll take a look at the rotation one last time, and it just continues to look a little more broadened out than it did earlier on. You know, when it went warned, It looked good. Now the area of rotation is starting to broaden out. It's moving into that cooler rain air mass, and that's where things are going to start to kind of, get more in control here, guys. So just kind of keeping an eye on everything here. Like so forth. I may break away for just a second, just to make sure, because I said I'm in the backup studio right now. So I may break away for just a little bit. If I do, I promise you guys, I will be right back. I'm just making sure that this room is pretty quiet, so that way you guys can hear me here, guys. So give me just a second or two. I think we're good to go. Just cleaning off a couple of things here. Looks like we're good. All right, but the tornado warning still remains in effect across this area here along Highway 17. I'm going to put a track on this real quickly here, and it's going to be, let me go to the latest scan. It's going to be right in here, okay? So this is going to be your track. I'm going to put it at 60 miles per hour. Like I said before, I may have to break away for just a second because I just got back to the backup studio. And then let me double check something real quick. I think we're going to be good to go. So that's going to be the area of rotation here. Everything looks good so far. It just remains radar indicated. There's no damage reports or anything that's come through, which is amazing news here. It looks like, as a matter of fact, if things continue, they may actually drop this tornado warning that is in place here, because the rotation just looks very, very, very broad. Doesn't look as strong as it once did. But the tornado warning still remains in effect until 1:15 this evening. And then I think after this, we should start to calm things down here. We're going to keep an eye on things throughout the overnight hours. Obviously, if something happens, I will be here. But we're just kind of keeping an eye on everything right now here. So anyone in these areas, make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and get to that lowest center part of your home immediately at this current time here, guys. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, like I said before, I'm gonna be right back. I just transitioned over to the backup studio here, so I will be right back. It won't take me long at all. And then I'm gonna come back. I'm just making sure that everything's properly set up because I had to rush back here, get things set up, go live for a tornado warning here, guys. So if you guys can bear with me for just a second or two, I will be right back. But I'm gonna leave this track up for the tornado warning here. But I'm just trying to make sure everything's properly set up here, just in case we have to go live for a tornado warning tonight here. So I will be right back, guys. And I'm going to, like I said, make sure everything's properly set up and make sure we're good for the overnight hours here. So give me just 1 second. I will be right back. So going back to here, it looks like tornado warning still remains in effect here. We are properly set up and ready to go. So I was just making sure the lighting and everything was ready to go, the technology stuff and things. But right now, like I mentioned before, still continuing to monitoring this tornado warning storm right now. South of St. Charles, this is going to continue to move to the northeast here. Helena, West Helena, continue to monitor this. However, I will say this. It looks like the area of rotation is starting to die off a little bit more. Let's go over to your rotation strength real quickly here. And it looks like pretty broad rotation here. And it's just to the south and east of St. Charles right now. Or just to the northwest of Mellowwood. Or south of Indian Bay over here. This is in far southeastern Arkansas, by the way. It's not in Little Rock or Hot Springs or anything like that. This is in far, far southeastern Arkansas down here in Arkansas County and also into Phillips County at this current point here. So it looks like, as a matter of fact, that area of rotation is actually getting away from the tornado warning polygon right now here, guys. So if things, like I said, things continue to trend like they are, they may drop that tornado warning because normally when it starts to get out of the polygon itself, they would extend said tornado warning further to the north and east here. But right now, it looks like I haven't heard anything. Looks like everything is good and ready to go. So we're going to kind of continue to monitor it. And just like that, folks, the tornado warning has been dropped for Arkansas and Phillips County here, guys. So right now, this is pretty much a flooding situation for much of Arkansas. We don't even have a severe thunderstorm warning in place across the area here. Obviously, throughout the overnight hours, we will continue to kind of keep an eye on everything. Right now, I think the best shot of seeing severe weather is going to be for our folks in South and Southeast Arkansas. We will have a more, what we call an all-clear map coming out in just a little bit on the page. But I think the best shot of seeing severe weather is going to be for our folks down here where you haven't had a lot of activity. But everybody else, north and west there, you are good to go to get some sleep tonight. If you have to, turn on our 24/7 YouTube channel, our Roku and Fire TV, the bandwidth. We're going to have to increase the limit with the bandwidth over the next day or so because we had so many people come in tonight with the tornado warnings in Northeast Arkansas, so we'll get that taken care of. But the tornado warning has been dropped. Heidi, unless you've got something you need to share with me real quick, I think that should pretty much take care of the ongoing tornado warning coverage here. So just waiting on her to get back with me, but I haven't seen anything right now that would determine if anything's on the ground or any reports or anything like that here, guys. So I'm just kind of keeping an eye on everything here at this point. I think that's pretty much it on the power outages. 27,450. The tornado watch is still in effect for the next hour. I do fully anticipate that the tornado watch will be dropped. Roku is working on the TV. Okay, so the tornado watch has been dropped for Columbia, Union, and Lafayette counties. We're going to have an all-clear map coming up here in just a little while. But for right now, there is no ongoing severe warnings in Arkansas. No severe warnings, no tornado warnings in Arkansas. That's pretty much it for right now. Other than that, I think we've covered everything. So we're going to have radar 24/7. We're going to have the radar, not radar playing. We're going to have radar updates on the page and everything like that, guys. So it's going to be a loud night in Central Arkansas, but I promise you guys, we are not expecting a tornado outbreak tonight in Central Arkansas or anywhere else in the state. We are going to keep an eye on Southeast Arkansas for some isolated severe weather, but the worst has passed us by. The worst was earlier on when we peaked, and now we're starting to make that transition into a flooding and an isolated severe threat as we move into later this evening, guys. So that is all I got for you guys this evening. We'll continue to keep you guys updated right on your source.